Good evening, Internet. This is the big one. I'm just about to put on the Beebs election coverage 2020. I've got a beer, I've got some Doritos, solid snack choice, and hopefully we're going to have some fun, but it could be a very nerve-wracking evening. Putting up with Andrew. I think I'm going to switch between channels at various times. I know there's some coverage on Sky as well I might check out. I might even stoop as low as watching some of ITV's coverage, just for the fun of it. Hello Ruth, how are you? Today. And the plan is to be up all night. Let's see how it goes. There should be quite a few on. Once people filter in, we'll start getting some predictions maybe. Also, I mentioned some reading. I've got a series of unfortunate events here. It's going to be a long night, so I thought I might crack into this at some point. Well, they're saying the final countdown might not be till early December. So yeah, it could take another 4 weeks, especially if it's a close vote. And that's because of things like the mail-in votes, which might not be all counted till later. But hey, Mahensa, how are you? I sort of know because I spoke to you earlier, but I'm just doing it for the channel. The battle for the soul of the nation, eh? Well put. Still good. That's good. They're showing the lines round the block. This could be a tense night. I'm amazed BBC have carted. Yes, still holding up. I'm amazed the BBC have carted Andrew Neil back out. But I guess they've got to pay him until his contract runs out, maybe. But once we have a few in, I want to start getting you guys to predict which way you think it will go, who will win, and by how many points. I've got it on BBC One, which might be the same coverage as BBC News. I'm not sure. I think I might flick it between channels as the night goes on, but I think the BBC tend to do pretty good coverage, even though they're talking a lot of waffle a lot of the time and kind of just rambling on about nothing, but they do it in an entertaining way, to be fair. She sort of looks like an evil headmistress, the co-presenter on this. Hey, Cindy. How's it going? Happy Election Day. Wow. Yeah, all this could get very confusing before we're done. Okay, we've got a few here, so let's have some of your predictions. Who do you think will win and by how much? What percentage? Is it percentage the right term? I guess it is. Whoa, that is a scary snood. Jesus Christ. Is it really that cold in Washington that he needs a scarf that size? Well, it is November. Well, you can't weasel out of a prediction that easily, Cindy. I still want you to make a prediction. We understand that the results tonight may not be the end of it. I think people know that. I think that's why, one way or the other, even if it's Trump, which obviously I'm hoping it isn't, but one way or the other, I want someone to have a clear margin tonight, because that way it's less likely to drag on, sort of thing. I think if it drags on and there's too much of a mess, that's not really good for anyone. Now, Biden has already indicated if the result goes against him, that will be that. Um, Hi, Ota, how are you? No, I really need to start watching South Park. Yeah, I heard they do like election episodes. I think they've done one again this year. I should check it out. No? Talking about some of the states, Democrats are planning on like gaining from Trump. Georgia, which apparently they haven't won since '92. Texas, they haven't won since Carter was elected or was in. Indeed. Apparently, they're not so confident of Florida. Now, Trump, I think if the polls are to believe, he needs to win Florida to have any chance. And even then, he might not win. But that's obviously if the polls are to be believed. That's cool, Root. I mean, I know there's a few seasons on Netflix and maybe Amazon, so I think I'm going to check some out. Oh, don't start this shit again, Anthony. Do it to wind me up, don't you? Ah, Anthony, did you talk her into saying that to wind me up? I've had a fair bit of caffeine, but I've got a beer now. I've got some Doritos. Hey, Becca, we need to get these guys in line here. Okay. Well, I'm putting my neck out. My prediction is that Biden will win, but by a very small margin. I'll say, yeah, me too, Becca. I'll say Biden will win by about 3%, which could be a bit iffy because then Trump could sort of drag his heels. But 3% Biden will win is my prediction. Or at least that's what will be declared tonight. Yeah, so do I, Root. I've always thought that. But okay, yeah, see you later, Cindy. We'll be here. Well, I tend to pick the schedule anyway. I can't believe you just done that to me. See, Statsman on the BBC keeps adjusting his graph depending on, if they get certain states. So a minute ago, Trump was ahead, and now he's got Biden ahead, and he's running through all the permutations, which is part of the fun. No, I haven't recently. And I won't for another 4 weeks after Thursday because I think they're shutting them down for 4 weeks at least. The plan is to be on all night, Becca, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, Otter. Otter. Sorry, Otter. I just called you Otter. Shit, sorry. I know what you mean, Root. Yeah, the plan is all night, Becca, but to be honest, if Trump is cruising, which I don't think he will be, to be fair, but if he is, then I might just go to bed drunk. Wow. Oh, I'm not sure closet is the right word. I mean, he certainly has his cult of supporters. As much as I would oppose some of those people, but I don't think there's anything closeted about it. I think you will either buy into what he's selling or you don't. So fine. You know what? If Trump wins, I'll watch White Chicks on the stream if I can find it. No. To be fair, it's an unfair bet because the stakes is that I pick if Biden wins. But to be fair, I pick most of the stuff on the streams anyway. Well, there's a woman with a face mask. Good on her. So a bit later, I might do some reading. Who's up for some storytelling? Yeah, Becca. Yeah, I can hope I'm saved by God. I have a series of unfortunate events. Book 3. It's a long night, so I might do some storytelling to you guys later. I've never read any, but I enjoy the film. I'm enjoying it, Becca. I don't think it's as good as Big Little Lies, and I don't think it's likely to be that good, but yeah, it's quite a fun sort of satire with some obviously a good lead performance. I think it's a little predictable at the moment, but it's very watchable and entertaining. And I think because the lead's so good, you kind of want to keep watching, but it didn't need it, Root, but I think they justified it. I think they came up with a good. Yeah, he means Big Little Lies. They came up with a good idea for the second season, I thought, and adding Meryl Streep to the cast in that role was a stroke of genius. Fair enough, Rue. I really liked the first series. Yeah, I'm not as down on it as you, Becca. I would agree it was a step down from season 1, but I still really liked it. I like that we got more of Laura Dern's character. So, are you guys watching election coverage? In which, if so, where are you watching it? Yeah. No, no, Rota, I don't. Bit of a strange question, to be fair, but there you go. Okay. Yeah, I've got BBC on. I might flick around other channels at various points. Yeah. Interesting. They polled people the most important issue. The economy was 34%, that one. Racial inequality, 21%. The virus was only 18, which is surprising. Crime and safety, 11. That's a bit low for crime and safety. Healthcare policy, also 11. I think the second, How I Met You, I'm getting confused with How to Train. That could be the crossover. How to Train Your Dragon. I think the second one's the best film. Yeah, it could be because, of course, the economy is kind of the one thing that he can fall back on in a way, but I guess it's quite close though, the percentage. I wasn't that keen on the third one, Mahensa. It was alright, but first two were good, yeah. Of course, that's just a general poll. It's always very hard to unpack polls. They're not always that accurate. Yeah, fair enough. It wasn't a bad movie. I got into it more as it went on, but I would say the weakest of the three for sure. No, never have Root. It was one I considered giving a go. Virginia is the canary in the coal mine. What the hell does that expression mean? She's pulled one out of the bag there. Clive coming out with the snood now. My God, there's something about BBC presenters and their scarves tonight. All right, okay. Yeah, I might check out the Queen's Gambit. I do like. Is it Anna Taylor-Joy's in it? She's good. I like her. Yeah, I might give it a watch. Yeah, it struck me Root as one that might be worth a watch. I do like Fiona Davis, but Also one which could get a bit too soapy for my tastes, and maybe over the long term wouldn't hold my attention. But yeah, it's definitely one on the list to watch. Yeah, which can be good sometimes if it's done well. We'll see. Do you know that for a fact, Anthony, or are you trying to wind me up? I think, yeah. I mean, I would have bet on her being left wing, and I think her invitation to the Buffy Christmas party would have been revoked if she voted for Trump. Yeah, she probably seems quite neutral in a way. I was just joking, Ota. Yeah, it shouldn't be long. Yeah, gotta believe there's a lot more white voters in Florida than black voters. I just get that impression. I don't know. So when did you vote, Becca? Did you vote early or more recently? All right. Okay. Brian Lanza, such a comedy name. That's so fitting for Trump's former advisor. So one of the announcers on TV, she just said Trump has to win probably all 9 of like the crucial like swing states to have a chance. I think happy birthday once again, Becca. I think we should all sing happy birthday to Becca on the stream. Birthday girl, Becca. Obviously, I can't hear you sing, but you could sing at home. Okay, at midnight. Yeah, that's the plan. You'll have to remind me. Oh, it is nearly midnight, so in 2 minutes. To go back to the question about Boris, I have a feeling my mum voted for him. I cannot confirm this or deny it, but I just have a feeling she did. So, hey guys, hello Melissa, good to see you. Happy election day. Hey Alison, how's it going? Happy election day. Why on earth would you want to say? Well, why not, Alison? Why not? We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have some fun. No matter which way the result goes, Alison, we're gonna have a good time. Oh, that's awesome. Well, it's about midnight here, so I guess we can say happy birthday to Alison. And the polls have closed. Right. So the polls have closed. So we're gonna mark it by by singing happy birthday to both Becca and Alison. So we're getting some predictions. We're getting that Trump's gonna win Indiana 64% to 34, which obviously a pretty big win. Let's see. Kentucky, that's closer. It's predicted Trump will win that 51% to 48. Yeah, bloody Southerners. The key state, Georgia. Georgia. Okay, sorry. Oh, too early to project. Okay. So now that they've stopped with that, because I'm a nerd for stuff like that, I just get, once I see those predictions come up on screen, I just get hooked. Okay, let's sing. So we're singing happy birthday to Becca and Alison. That's cool, Melissa. What? Oh, yeah, Alison's. Okay. So you two, just in the comments, but okay, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alison and Becca. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Okay. So, according to the predictions so far, Trump is 11-0 up, which sounds like a football score. Alison, you should stick around all night because I'm going to do some reading later. I've got a series of unfortunate events, book 3. So some bedtime reading. They do when Becca's in the line, I can tell you that. Excellent. That's good to hear, Alison. Well, only on predictions. So far, they haven't got any results yet. Alison, you've missed this from earlier, but I've predicted Biden by about 3%. And if Trump wins, as bad as that would be, I have to watch White Chicks on the live stream as per the bet with Anthony. So if Trump winning doesn't do me in, then watching Chicks surely will. I think that would finish me off, to be fair. Yeah, I think that's one of the dangers, Alison. I think that's why I want it to be a pretty big margin either way. Stop it. Oh, is the Democrat coming out with the offense defense line? That's a classic. Yay. Nice one, Nota. Yeah, Georgia will be interesting. That's going to be a really close state to call, I reckon. The Cat's live stream is maybe his best live stream ever, Alison. Pardon. That was awesome viewing. When he's like, Idris Elba, you were in The Wire, man. What went wrong? Yeah, I didn't know he did Twilight on the stream, Alison. I bet that's pretty entertaining listen as well. Kentucky? Oh, no projection. 14 count. Well, that Democrat talks a good fight, but his confidence is scaring me, I have to say. Sounds like a good day, Becca. Sounds good. What's that? White religious nuts? Cool supporters for Trump? I never would have guessed. Okay. OnlyFans back. Hey sheep, how's it going? I don't know what's wrong with you, Anthony. It's like you actually want Trump to win. Don't get me wrong, it wouldn't surprise me if he did. It's going to be a close election. Good. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I mean, yeah, we'll see, I guess. Yeah, that. Why did she want you to watch white chicks get flagged up on YouTube? Is white chicks an offensive term? I guess because the film's so crap, but yeah, lot of white. I shouldn't even make a gag in case they ban me, but yeah, a lot of white supremacists running YouTube. Oh god. The thing is, when Biden was announced on as the candidate, whenever it was, early this year, late last year, whatever it was, my first reaction was Trump's going to win because I just saw Biden as a weak candidate. And I just thought it would be similar to 2016. But things have changed since then. I think the handling of the virus has grated with a lot of people. And I think the whole racial violence and stuff and some of his reactions to that has worked against Trump. Yeah, I know. Sorry, Alison, but I think in a way Trump now has been exposed, I don't think he can hide behind "I'm an outsider" anymore, sort of thing. Not so much. I mean, I know some people still buy it, but um, my feeling is when you go back to 2016, it was a close election then. And he only just won then. People need to remember that. And now that we've had 4 years of him, and how messed up things are over there at the moment, I think he's more exposed now. And you have to think, if there's a bigger turnout this time, which they're predicting there will be, maybe that could work for Biden. You know, he might get extra votes. Obviously, Trump could as well. But even if a small percentage who voted Trump last time don't vote for him this time, that could sort of swing it in Becker's, yeah, like slip of the tongue. I saw you pop up in Biden's favor. Wow. Well, that's very true, Alison. Hey, Camilla, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, we have a far from perfect system in this country, Becca, but I would say your system is even worse. But it did concern me, yeah, that the Democrats didn't go with a more progressive choice than Biden. No, very true, Anthony, but he only just won last time. You have to bear that in mind. He is a very divisive figure, Trump. But yeah, the electoral college is a concern. Basically, yeah, I'm not bad, Camille. We're having fun. It's Becca and Alison's birthday. Well, pretty much. It's Becca's today and Alison's tomorrow. Hmm. Let me put it this way: if Obama was running in 2016, I think he would have beaten Trump, hands down. I think he would have creamed him. Yeah, and at the moment, it feels a bit of a toss up, the lesser of two evils, Anthony, which I think might be a bit unfair on Biden because I think he has some credible policies and ideas and he's got experience. But one thing that encourages me is that he has said that Harris will probably take over for the second term. I think that's a good move if that comes to pass. Yeah, it's not concerning for me though, Anthony, because I just think America and the world in general is in a safer place with Biden in the White House. I'm not saying I'm a massive Biden fan, but for me, it's no contest. Yeah, yeah. First of a few, maybe Iota. We are, but it's the biggest office in the world, Anthony. It has repercussions. I mean, let's be honest, our politics are in the toilet right now as well. Less white voters this year, apparently. Hey, only fan. Oh, they've got Mary Trump on. This should be interesting. Oh, go Mary. She's actually sticking it to Donald. Cheers to Mary Trump. She's basically saying Trump, what you said, Alison, and then even if Trump's losing by a landslide, he'll still come out with excuses and blame everyone but himself, basically. She's the niece of Donald Trump. Hey, Pokey, you cheeky sod. No confirmed results yet, Root. From what they have, they're projecting Trump is ahead, but that's only projections and it's not the whole picture. I think so. I mean, a few different people have wrote those sorts of books, Alison. But yeah, I think you're right.
President Trump do in the rest of the sentence? Well, I think the New York Attorney General and the Southern District of New York will have some say in how Donald spends his retirement because for months.
Hell yes. I'm liking Mary more even every minute. The question was, how will he spend the rest of his 70s if he doesn't get re-elected? She said the law enforcement and the district attorney will have something to say about that. Thank you, Camilla. I did. I had to shave today, you know, clean shaven. And that's the thing. If Trump loses, he should be put in prison. As soon as he leaves the White House, they should be waiting outside for him. And he shouldn't be in office now. He was impeached. It was only the biased Republican, you know, court that saved him. I don't know, Anthony. I can almost guarantee it will be better than White Chicks, though. Is the one who wrote the book. Maybe I should watch a bad film, but a bad entertaining film, Anthony. I think that would be in the spirit of the bet. Maybe something like Chopping Mall. Thanks, Camille. Okay, see you later. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm open to suggestions, although no, she's in bed, Anthony. She's got more sense than me, clearly. All good questions, Pokey. How are you tonight? The exit poll sort of has 59% Democrat, 41% Republican. Not really, Root. I just have to get my brother a birthday card at some point. So what are we thinking about Georgia and Florida? Two of the big swings. Who do we think will win Georgia, and who will win Florida? So I think the indication is that Trump could be winning for a lot of the night, but then that could change when we get some of the big swing states. I think that's what they're saying. Florida on the knife edge. I don't know, Root. I didn't see it. Yeah, New York will go Democrat, you would have to assume. Same with a state like California. Really? Quite a lot of Cubans in the south of Florida? What, Florida? Oh, Georgia. Yeah, maybe. Another hard state to call. I've got a friend in New York, Camilla. Biden looks a bit like a hitman in that shot, with his mask and the shades on, and just his hair. Looks kind of intimidating. Upset the odds in the past and insists he hasn't prepared a speech, either for victory or defeat. Winning is useful. Losing is very useful. That's what it looks like. So it all boils down to these coming 3 hours.
Jewish, the United States, the entire world is watching on the have yet 4 more years from the Trump signing, becoming the first one-term president since George Bush Sr. Bill Grant, you've seen you.
Americans are also asking for seats in the US from choosing new government in most guys will third seat in the poll suggests the Democrats have a chance of controlling the House after 6 years of Republican majorities. If they do, it will be likely to win the presidency and if he gets the House of Representatives is expected to stay at the Democratic control. In other news, the government of Austria has confirmed the attack in Vienna was carried out by just one guerrilla. He's been identified as a 20-year-old.
Oh yeah, they're just talking about the Austria attack on the news. Alison mentioned it. That's pretty funny, Becca. What state are you in again? There is, of course, much more music online and on your mobile. You can use our live results map to see all the wins in every viewer. That is the latest music news. That's interesting. They're talking to someone who's voted Trump, and he says, it's not necessarily that I'm voting for Trump, it's just conservative values. So I think that does play a part. I think your allegiance is to a set political belief is actually more a factor normally than who happens to be running. I think anyway. I think top of the hour, Anthony.
I think we'll see. I think we might be surprised.
Pretty honest there from those two. Fair play. I'm on Sky News now. I'm sort of flicking around the coverage of it. Too early to call. Whoa, Ohio, 71.9% to Biden. South Carolina, 56.2%. Trump, 43, I think it was for Biden. Virginia, they're saying 50.2 for Trump, 48 for Biden. Projected winner at the moment is Trump, but that's obviously before everywhere closes. Night, Pokies. Thanks for stopping in. He really is. Yeah. Two young voters there, and they're saying some of the issues they care about are affordable education, healthcare, and climate change. And I think that is a divide sometimes with the generations. Doritos.
soothing that musical interlude. Thank you very much for being there, Helen. In Arizona, now 17 electoral college votes to win the White House, 2 states with projection so far, which means we can show that columns of the White House and 11 there for Donald Trump.
Those steps of verification are really important to understanding what a trustworthy option this is for them.
Are you worried about these allegations of fraud and the possibility that if it's close, we might end up with an election mired in disputes and legal arguments, perhaps worse? Yeah, I'm incredibly worried about that. I think the most likely scenario actually is that Joe Biden wins, and we'll be looking, particularly in Arizona, at things go a little muddled with Florida and Georgia and Ohio and North Carolina. Of course, I think the most likely scenario is Biden does win. My biggest concern actually is the second most likely scenario is Trump through voter intimidation, voter suppression, and judicial activism manages to steal the election. And so far, just commenting on your leader and his point, Donald Trump will likely have to in Florida, in North Carolina, in Georgia, So we may know in the next few hours if this is going to be a long night. We have to wait for Arizona, or whether if the president actually fails to win any of those states, his electoral chances are indeed be covered. Democrats, I mean, just the whole idea of Florida kind of always seems understandably to make Democrats nervous. You've been ahead of the polls. Actually, from my perspective, the county in Florida looks pretty good right now. A lot of the counties, Trump was underperforming his 2016 vote by 1, 2, 3 points. He only won by 1 point. So if he underperforms by a point and a half.
Yeah. Plain grilled steak. Delicious. Oh, sounds good, Becca.
Sure, so I'll try to cover both the verification and the security part of it as well as the challenges. So it actually starts when they're delivered. There's been a lot of discussion and some challenges around the use of no-ballot drop boxes. Those are actually a very secure way to retrieve your ballot. Those are usually collected by a 2-member team. There's a whole series of paperwork, security seals that have to be verified.
I would hate to be one of those people responsible for counting votes on a night like tonight. That would freak me out.
Most of the states, even though they couldn't start counting until today, could at least do that process. And there is an opportunity there for somebody to challenge that voter's eligibility to pass that. So that's one area that is a challenge. We sort of continue to move through the process. Once the voter has been given credit, those ballots have to be sorted, they have to be counted and accounted for. There's usually some sort of verification process. This is again where you see a lot of differences across the state. So we verify the voters that the ballot belongs to that voter, their eligibility, their identity. Some states do this with signature verification, where they're comparing the signature and registration or other again, this is one area.
No.
Once we get to the ballot to
Not even close.
Sounds easy. We have to open that envelope, take out a security envelope, open that security envelope, remove the ballot, unfold it. Unlike many countries, we have really long ballots here in the States. They can be anywhere from 14 to 19 to 21 inches, double-sided, and sometimes
Whoa.
3, 4, 5 cards. And then
ITV have got a former election official.
appear to be scanned and then ran through scanners. So it's quite a process. All of that, there are steps where we pause and count and verify who took possession of those decisions. So those are the challenges.
Well, I haven't heard that, Mahensa.
Folks to know that there is
I would have to know exactly what he said and why he said it. I mean, no doubt it's connected to the whole business with us leaving the EU. Vermont called for Biden, apparently. Okay. Well, depending on who said it on there, I would have to question that, but maybe. Maybe. That's a pretty big statement from him if he has said that, but yeah, but the trouble is Trump changes his mind like the wind. And of course he's happy at the moment with the state of England because he's, you know, him and Boris are like two peas in a pod. Well, there you have it. What a surprise. Duo's all right, but when it comes to politics, you have to take some of what he says with a pinch of salt. Quite a lot of it, actually. Sure. Oh, okay, sorry. I've always thought it was a man for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, some of her views strikes me as being quite male, but there you go. So there's only 2 results in so far. And they're sort of predictable results. Vermont for the Democrats. I'm not sure what the other state was, but I think it went to the Republicans. Florida and Pennsylvania are about to close. 29 votes up for grabs in Florida. Polls are 5 minutes away from closing. I was going to try and squeeze in a bit of storytelling, but I'm hooked to the screen. I'll debate anyone, Ota, as long as it's a civil debate and they respect my opinion. I think Pennsylvania has been announced for Trump. That's the other state, I think. Oh, maybe Ota, maybe. Yeah, it could be a long night all week. That's a great comment.
This is a really unpredictable night. States that currently aren't getting much attention coming to play. Well, if you just have a look at the back of the board again. Okay, if he loses Florida, that's 29 electoral votes that will go. We got 306 last time, so
Maybe.
it's still slightly over 270.
Right. I'm going to do a bit of storytelling, folks. That may be no holds barred. Mahensa, that stream. I'll cut away if anything comes up. Okay. Any posh reading glasses. So let's do chapter 1. I'm going to butcher some words. If you didn't know much about the Bordelais, am I saying that right? Bordelais orphans, and you saw them sitting on their suitcases at Demicle's dock, you might think that they were bound for an exciting adventure. After all, the 3 children had just disembarked from the Fickle Fairy. That's a great name, Fickle Fairy. It means an unloyal fairy, doesn't it? Which had driven them across Lake, I can't pronounce that, Luckermoose, to live with their Aunt Josephine. And in most cases, such a situation would lead to thrillingly good times, which is what we hope for tonight. Okay, thank you, Anthony. But of course, you would be dead wrong. For although Violet, Klaus, and Sonny Baudelaire were about to experience events that would be both exciting and memorable, they would not be exciting and memorable like having your fortune told or going to a rodeo. Man, I would love to go to a rodeo. Their adventure would be exciting and memorable, like being chased by a werewolf through a field or thorny bushes at midnight with nobody around you to help you. If you are interested in reading a story filled with thrillingly good times, I am sorry to inform you that you are most certainly reading the wrong book, because the Baudelaires experience very few good times over the course of their gloomy and miserable lives. It is a terrible thing, their misfortune, so terrible that I can scarcely bring myself to write about it. So it is story time come out. So if you do not want to read a story of tragedy and sadness, which tonight could turn into, this is your very last chance to put this book down. No, I'll keep reading. Because the misery of the Baudelaire orphans begins in the very next paragraph. Oh my God. Look what I have for you, Mr. Poe said, grinning from ear to ear and holding out a small paper bag. Peppermints! Mr. Poe was a banker who had been placed in charge of handling the affairs of the Baudelaire orphans after their parents died. I don't know why I said that line like that. Mr. Poe was kind-hearted, but it is not enough in this world to be kind-hearted. particularly if you are responsible for keeping children out of danger. Very true. Mr. Poe had known the three children since they were born, and Biden projected to win Massachusetts. Maryland predicted to be a Biden win. Electoral votes 10. Delaware, no surprise, it's his home state, predicted to win. District of Columbia predicted to be Biden. Oklahoma projected to win Oklahoma, which is where my auntie lives. No projections set for Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee. Oh, Boston, yeah, because of course she's got that thick accent when she shows up in Buffy. This could be a topsy-turvy night. So they're now saying Biden 30, Trump 18, according to those projections. Right. Yeah, Mr. Poe had known the three children since they were born and could never remember that they were allergic to peppermints. Thank you, Mr. Poe, Violet said, and took the paper bag and peered inside. Like most 14-year-olds, Violet was too well-mannered to mention that if she ate a peppermint, she would break out in hives, a phrase which here means be covered in red, itchy rashes for a few hours. Besides, she was too occupied with inventing thoughts to pay much attention to Mr. Poe. Anyone who knew Violet, very good, Violet would, I've done that before, I'm sure, would know that when her hair was tied up in a ribbon to keep it out of her eyes, the way it was now, her thoughts were filled with wheels, gears, levers, and other necessary things with inventions. I know, I shouldn't give up my day job. Lucky I don't really have one. At this particular moment, she was thinking of how she could improve the engine of the fickle ferry so it wouldn't belch smoke into the grey sky. That's very kind of you, said Klaus, the middle Baudelaire child. I'm just skipping over that name because I'm pretty sure I'm saying it. Smiling at Mr. Poe and thinking that if he had even one lick of a peppermint, his tongue would swell up and he would scarcely be able to speak. Klaus took his glasses off and wished that Mr. Poe had brought a book or a newspaper instead. Klaus was a voracious reader, and when he had learned about his allergy at a birthday party when he was 8, he had immediately read all his parents' books about allergies. Even 4 years later, he could recite the chemical formulas that caused his tongue to swell up. Tar, Sonny shrieked. The youngest Baudelaire was only an infant, and like many infants, she spoke mostly in words that were tricky to understand. Brings to mind that Beastie Boys song. It's tricky, 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 tricky. By tar, she probably meant I have never eaten a peppermint because I suspect that I, like my siblings, am allergic to them. But it was hard to tell. She may also have meant I wish I could bite a peppermint because I like to bite things with my 4 sharp teeth, but I don't want to risk an allergic reaction. Thanks, Anthony. You can eat them on your cab ride to Mrs. Ann Whistle's house, Mr. Poe said, coughing into his white handkerchief. Mr. Poe, oh, I fucked that up, I'm sorry. Mr. Poe always seems to have a cold, and the Baudelaire orphans were accustomed to receiving information from him between bouts of hacking and weaseling. Oh, thank you, Anthony. She apologizes for not meeting you at the dock, but she says she's frightened of it. Yeah, I need to see the series. I heard it was really good. I enjoyed the film. Why would she be frightened of a dock? Klaus asked, looking around at the wooden piers and the sailboats. She's frightened of anything to do with Lake Lachymose, Mr. Poe said. But she didn't say why. Perhaps it has to do with her husband's death. Damn, this is getting dark now. Your Aunt Josephine, she's not really your aunt, of course. She's your second cousin's sister-in-law. Say what? But ask that you call her Aunt Josephine. That's a weird family tree. Your Aunt Josephine lost her husband recently, and it may be possible that she drowned or died in a boat accident. It didn't seem polite to ask her. She became a downager, I'll say. Well, let's put you in a taxi. What does that word mean? Violet asked. Mr. Poe looked at Violet and raised his eyebrows. Very posh. 30 to Biden, 26 to Trump, according to the latest projections. So very close. Still waiting for Florida. I'm surprised at you, Violent, yeah, he said. A girl of your age should know that a taxi is a car. She didn't know what a taxi is. It's a car which will drive you someplace for a fee. Now let's gather your luggage and walk to the curb. Oh, of course. That's the word she didn't know what it meant. Dowager, Klaus whispered to Violet. Is a fancy word for widow. Thank you, she whispered back, picking up her suitcase in one hand and Sonny in the other. Mr. Poe was waving his handkerchief in the air to signal a taxi to stop, and in no time at all, the cab driver piled all of the Baudelaire suitcases into the trunk, and Mr. Poe piled the Baudelaire children into the back seat. Yeah, well said, Gail. Well said. What did Root say? Oh yeah, about Neil Patrick Harris. Yeah. Arizona could be close. I will say goodbye to you here, Mr. Poe said. The banking day has already begun, and I'm afraid if I go with you out to Aunt Josephine's, I will never get anything done. Please give her my best wishes and tell her that I will keep in touch regularly. Mr. Poe paused for a moment to cough into his handkerchief before continuing. Now your Aunt Josephine is a bit nervous about having 3 children in her house, but I assured her that you 3 were very well behaved. Make sure you mind your manners, and as always, you can call or fax me at the bank if there's any sort of problem. Although I don't imagine anything will go wrong this time. Alison, as a teacher, must be recoiling at disgust at my butchering of this text. When Mr. Pole said this time, he looked at the children meaningfully as if it were their fault that poor Uncle Morty was dead. But the Baudelaires were too nervous about meeting their new caretaker to say anything more to Mr. Poe except, "So long." "So long," Violet said, putting the bag of peppermints in her pocket. "So long," Klaus said, taking one look at Dummerkus' dog. "Phew," Sunny shrieked, chewing on her seat belt buckle. "So long," Mr. Poe replied, "and good luck to you. I will think of the Baudelaires as often as I can." Mr. Poe gave some money to the taxi driver and waved goodbye to the 3 children as the cab pulled away from the dock and onto a grey cobblestone street. There was a small grocery store with barrels of limes and beets out front. That's such an American vegetable, isn't it? Beets. Reminds me of Dwight Schrute and his beets farm. There was a clothing store called Look, It Fits, which appeared to be undergoing renovations. There was a terrible-looking restaurant called The Anxious Clown with neon lights and balloons in the window. But mostly there were many stores and shops that were all closed up with boards or metal gratings over the windows and doors. "The town doesn't seem very crowded," Klaus remarked. "I was hoping we might make some new friends here." "It's the off-season," the cab driver said. He was a skinny man with a skinny cigarette hanging out of his mouth, and as he talked to the children, he looked at them through the rearview mirror. The town of Lake Lachemulls is a resort, and when the nice weather comes, it's as crowded as can be. But around now, things here are as dead as the cat I ran over this morning. Oh no, Alison. You'll hate that part. To make new friends, you'll have to wait until the weather gets a little better. Speaking of which, Hurricane Herman is expected to arrive in town in a week or so. You better make sure you have enough food up there in the house. "A hurricane on a lake?" Klaus asked. "I thought hurricanes only occurred near the ocean." "A body of water as big as Lake Lachemulls," the driver said, "can have anything occur on it. To tell you the truth, I'd be a little nervous about living on top of this hill. Once the storm hits, it'll be very difficult to drive all the way down into town." Club 45. That's a great name for a club in Florida, because that's probably the youngest age of anyone in there. I'm sorry. Ageist jokes. Violet, Klaus, and Sunny looked out the window and saw what the driver meant by all the way down. The taxi had turned one last corner and arrived at the scraggly top of the tall hill and the children could see the town far, far below them, the cobblestone road curling around the buildings like a tiny grey snake, and the small square of Dummerkus Dock, with specks of people bustling around it. And out beyond the dock was the icky blob of Lake Lachymos, huge and dark, as if a monster were standing over the three orphans, casting a giant shadow below them. For a few moments, the children stared into the lake as if hypnotized by this enormous stain on the landscape. The lake is so enormous, Klaus said, and it looks so deep. I can almost understand why Aunt Josephine is afraid of it. Is Trump from Florida? I didn't know that. The lady who lives up here, the cab driver asked, maybe they're talking about someone else, is afraid of the lake. That's what we've been told, Violet said. The cab driver shook his head and brought the cab to a halt. I don't know how she can stand it then. What do you mean? Violet asked. You mean you've never been to this house? He asked. No, never, Klaus replied. We've never even met our Aunt Josephine before. Well, if your Aunt Josephine is afraid of the water, the cab driver said, I can't believe she lives here in this house. I remember reading. Does it say the books are for? Let's see. Oh, shut up, lady. The Democrats don't want us to vote. They want to lock us up. No, we're not locked up. You tell them, sister. Oh, she's a true Trump supporter. Hinting that the virus could have been misleading, that the facts about how many people died. Back to the nut house with her. Thanks for dropping by, Ruth. See you again. Where was I? So much excitement. Well, if your Aunt Josephine is afraid of the water, the cab driver said, I can't believe she lives here in this house. Oh, I've read that bit. Well, take a look, the driver answered, and got out the cab. The Baudelaires took a look. At first, the three youngsters saw only a small boxy square with a peeling white door, and it looked as if the house was scarcely bigger than the taxi which had taken them to it. But as they piled out of the car and drew closer, they saw that this small square was the only part of the house that was on top of the hill. The rest of it, a large pile of boxy squares, all stuck together like ice cubes, hung over the side, attached to the hill by long metal slits, and looked like spider legs. As the three orphans were peeled down at their new home, it seemed as if the entire house were holding on to the hill for dear life. The taxi driver took their suitcases out of the trunk, set them in front of the peeling white door, and drove down the hill with a toot of his horn for a goodbye. There was a soft, squeak as the peeling white door opened, and from behind the door appeared a pale woman with, sorry, I got distracted there, with a woman, her white hair peeled high on top of her head in a bun. "Hello," she said, smiling thinly. It is at the moment, Becca. "I'm your Aunt Josephine." "Hello," Violet said cautiously and stepped forward to meet her new guardian. Klaus stepped forward behind her and Sonny crawled forward behind him, but all three Baudelaires were walking carefully as if their weight would send the house toppling down from its perch. The orphans couldn't help wondering how a woman who was so afraid of Lake Lachamouse could live in a house that felt like it was about to fall into the depths. Okay, end of chapter 1. Okay, chapter 2, a bit later maybe.
America's racial polarization had been stoked and exposed, but one event in May this year saw America's profound racial divisions explode into the open. The killing of George Floyd was a defining turning point. Suddenly, America was convulsed by racial tension in a way.
The projections say Biden 30, Trump 37 now. No, I don't know. So many to pick, Camille. I would have to look back. I enjoyed there was like a restaurant or something I enjoyed the name of. What was it?
The explosive issue of race being the heart of Donald Trump's first term. But has he done enough?
I can't remember, but I highlighted it.
Or has America decided to turn its back?
Okay. Well, it's possible different channels have different polls, because I'm on ITV at the moment. Let's check that. I take it that's the BBC saying that. 44 Biden, 42 Trump. Yeah, that's what the BBC are saying. Yeah, I'm sort of flipping about Anthony. I'm back on BBC now. ITV, pretty good coverage, I have to say. Yeah, I think that's interesting. You could get different results predicted on different channels. Yeah, I enjoyed that first chapter. Some nice posh words as well. Is it still story time? You didn't have to phrase it like that, Becca. I don't know, to be certain, Anthony. The plan is all night, but we'll see how it goes. I might go to bed a bit earlier. We'll see. That's another way to put it, Mahensa. West Virginia predicted to. Florida, they're saying Trump will win 50.3 to 48.7 for Biden. So pretty close, but I think that would actually be a bigger margin for Trump in Florida that he won in 2016. So in North Carolina, the absentee ballots have been counted first. And it puts Biden 54-45 up. According, yeah. See, in Georgia, the absentee ballot would have Biden winning Georgia. But at the moment, the overall picture has Trump winning Georgia. This is confusing. Yeah, I will read chapter 2. soon. Georgia and North Carolina, very important, they're saying. So what have you guys been up to today? Yeah, ITV still says 37 Trump, 30 to Biden. Okay. Oh, fuck's sake. I turned back to ITV and then Nigel Farage pops up on the screen. But they had technical problems and couldn't speak to him. What a shame. No, he's a racist scumbag, Mahensa. He's the former UKIP leader. He's been on the campaign trail for Trump, so there you have it. Oh no, he's back. Brexit Party leader now. Yeah, but Trump winning Georgia and Florida still, he still has a bit to do, you know.
Sorry, I don't mean to, let's not have the Brexit discussion again. All I'm really saying is that I'm not sure in this campaign, Mr. Trump has talked. Let me ask you, right? There will be a free trade deal. Yeah. The United States of America, Great Britain, post-transition, post-Brexit. And then I've no doubt. On other policies, he could not, and I've been at many of these rallies over the last couple of years, he could not have made it clear that the tech giants, the Silicon Valley, who now dominate the world in so many ways, will not be able to go as they are with something called Section 230 of the Communications Act here in the USA. And you're going to find Google, and you're going to find Facebook, you're going to find Twitter, and all these organizations.
Jesus. Listening to Farage BS is like a car crash. It's messy, but you just can't look away. Okay, you too, Mahensa. Thanks. Take care.
It's obviously very different as a second term president. You know, there's a huge pressure taken on you. You've won not once, but twice, governed, and then that's been reaffirmed. If he does get to that, you know relatively well. Down on his policies and really address his sort of core supporters. How do you think he responds to a victory? Oh, I think Donald Trump, second term, if Donald Trump with a straight back of the middle, if Donald Trump able to keep the promises that he made to the electorate here in America, and I think Donald Trump second term will really take off the swamp. I think, you know, if there's a failure, it's not a big failure, it's very difficult. He's not really been able to break the swamp. I think in terms of the FBI, many of the other government agencies, Donald Trump term two is going to see a much more radical president, unconstrained delivery. And just maybe, he can make Americans believe that Washington isn't any longer working against them. Can I just push you on that?
Nice.
What do you mean by that?
No
When
problem.
you talk about taking on the swamp, I mean, you know, does he have a massive fear out of staff? Does he have to talk to you about it? What does that mean in reality? Well, what is it? I mean, obviously, the Supreme Court, in many ways, is more than his lap. He's been able to appoint 3 new justices. But I think, it's just like others. I mean, we have a civil service in London who have done their damnedest to stop Brexit.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Farage.
And it's the same here. He has been spied on. He has been looked against. I mean, what the man has done over the last 4 years, and the fact he's got a stick to the court tells me about the level of his courage, his integrity. And I think his role inside the Washington Square, inside the government agencies, the Donald Trump too, if you have nothing to say. Okay, Nigel Farage, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Let's bring all that in. There's quite a lot in that. One question, of course.
What a load of bollocks.
How does that play into Britain? And from, I think, one of the important stories about you must have, I understood it, and I've been speaking to quite a few of the people in the sort of Bible policy circle, is that Britain is going to pay a price if Joe Biden presidency. Because the Biden team...
The civil servants in the UK are doing their jobs, and they do their best. And Farage is a scumbag for suggesting anything else.
We talked about this the other day, that there's always that sort of really awkward moment when British prime ministers come racing to the White House. There's an issue with that, which is interestingly the visit of Donald Trump, the state visit of Donald Trump to Britain in June of 2019. I heard a senior Biden advisor call that nauseating, and he meant by that that Britain had gone out of their way to normalise the Trump presidency in comparison to Merkel and to Macron.
Right, and that's a good point. our government and the UK did cozy up to Trump. They did normalise his presidency. They made a statement that they went out their way to roll out the red carpet, and that was just wrong. The special relationship between the UK and America is a fantasy, in my opinion. It's just a phrase. More often than not, it doesn't work out in practice. Hey Becca, how's it going? Do you think we have a special relationship with America, Becca? Or is it just all puff? Yeah, I did. I'll have to check it out. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. She got to know his heart. Holston pills. Oh, is that what he does with his tweets then? He's giving the American people a day by day, hour by hour insight to his thinking, to his process. Yeah, reading week, it's something we have at universities over here, Becca. You take a week out from classes, and the idea is that you use it to prepare for like exams and things like that, and reading for like essays or stuff like that. You know, that's an interesting question. I think one of the great things about President Trump is that he really hasn't
he's incredibly authentic and genuine in who he is.
Fuck off.
We might not love every single tweet he puts out, but his personality and who he is has not changed from before the election to when he got into the
Well, I agree he hasn't changed, but
he reveres the office of the president.
authentic is not a word I would use for him.
Every single day. If anything, he has become more in love with the American people and this country. And so I think it's been really fascinating to kind of watch, for me personally, up close for 2.5 years, how he's grown into this office.
Okay, Madam Whitnell, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. Well, let's go back to Emma Murphy, who is with the Biden camp. Emma, is there a sort of creeping acceptance there that Florida may be lost? I think it's more than a creeping acceptance. I think it's just a complete acceptance that Florida is probably gone. Once again, it has a loser. The feeling that is that though Florida is gone, they didn't feel they were absolutely crucial to their road to the White House.
Yeah, looks like Florida might have gone to Trump.
When I was watching those figures come in from Florida, I was reminded of a time 4 years ago, a little bit later in the evening, this, you and I had spoken, Tom, we had the mayor of Tampa in the interview with us, and he was saying to me that other Democrats would be very confident that Hillary Clinton was going to make it to the White House. The vote to Tampa leads to the White House, the vote to Florida, Florida leads to the White House. We kept on telling us that he was absolutely sure it was a done deal. And then about 2 minutes after we came there, they announced the Florida results. Florida was gone. And I've never seen a room empty as quickly as it was because we were hosting a party for a club party with mainly Democrats that night, and they were absolutely devastated by the Florida results, and they knew it was the end for them. I don't get the sense that this is quite on that level for Team Biden. But it, whatever they say, this is a blow. It would have been a real bonus to get Florida. They're just holding out hope now for the other states. And I suspect it's really quickly they say that somewhere in one of the factories of their campaign, they're thinking about 38 electoral votes. Was it, but it was worth losing Florida in the hope that somehow the choice is smiling on Julie is, of course, in Florida. Julie, I mean, Florida is now a done deal.
Well, I think Democrats probably expected to lose Florida, to be fair. It's a blow for them, but I don't think Florida's as important this year as it was in 2016. Hard.
Donald Trump might be saying my 30 points 4 years ago. We're looking at maybe a 10-point differential in Miami Dade. So Democrats have to ramp up that vote in those counties. But in some of these really red counties, that surprised us all 4 years ago. Turnout is over 80%.
Thank you very much indeed. We are sort of slightly under 10 minutes now. The whole graph of polls closing up there in the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, amongst others, and Arizona, and of course Texas.
More polls are closing in under 8 minutes.
We said Rohit was going to be tracking far-right conspiracy groups and responsible news about a supporter of the QAnon conspiracy group winning the seat in Congress. Rohit. Yes, Tom, I want to draw your attention to the election for Congress in Georgia of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, this might
I would be surprised if Democrats won Texas, to be fair. I could be wrong.
Global elite of people from politics, from media, and from corporate life as well, who are responsible for a global network of child abusers. This is, according to the conspiracy theory, the work of the deep state. It is named after someone called Q, who is apparently a military official who may or may not, according to the theory, be President Trump himself. But it promises a great awakening, a so-called great awakening of patriots who are followers of this conspiracy theory. Now, this is the start, or at least it was the start of the darkest corners of the internet. But even the FBI is now warning about the dangers of this conspiracy theory, which now appears to have perhaps tens of thousands of followers. And now here we have a follower of that conspiracy elected to Marjorie Taylor Greene as one of 27 candidates for Congress. 27 who were identified as having some sort of support for this theory. She has also circulated a 9/11 conspiracy theory.
Jesus.
She has been endorsed.
Are you hearing this, Becca? A far right conspiracy theorist has been elected in one of the states. She's come out with 9/11 conspiracy theory, with sort of child pornography conspiracy theories.
Yes, I think what's really interesting, I think it was just being to press survey data, because that gives us a sense of some of the gender aspects. Now, gender is one of those factors that before the selection would be very important, with women in particular, removing a woman from Donald Trump, particularly in suburban areas. What we've seen in the data for Florida is that the women are more likely to vote for Trump. Trump's vote for nevertheless held up much more strongly than was anticipated. His vote is also holding up, it seems, much more strongly amongst both men and women who have lower
Roosevelt state, all of it becomes more important if Florida goes to Trump.
Thank you very much. You can see on your screen, we've only got just over a minute until the next slew of polls close. Anisha, what does happen in Florida, in your view? Tell us about North Carolina, potentially Georgia, Arizona. Anything at all, or too different?
One of the things that tells us is that our voters might not be getting the information they need to get about the new voters who turn out. And so we know that there's this notion of a shy Trump voter, so it could be the case that some suburban voters who said they wanted to vote for Trump, said they would not actually did vote for him, but it's also the case that some of these lower education black voters did not turn out in previous elections and decided to turn out this time and therefore were not considered in the polls.
Are you surprised by Florida?
Fundamentally, I'm not. I think I have a bit of hope for all of the states going on the other side, but I'm not surprised by the person who worked for them that it turned out this way.
Well, of course, one of the reasons why we've had all this focus on the likes of Florida, like Georgia and North Carolina, and on Arizona, is because we may not see this, so maybe this must be a way of wishful thinking on journalists that we would, and we did a review, that we would get a sense of how it's going. That said, it does look as if Donald Trump is doing all right so far in the states, but let's not forget their states he must win. A bunch of polls are about to close. Let's go to CNN. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that Joe Biden will win.
Biden to win New York, projected. No surprise there.
We cannot make projections at this hour in these states, Arizona, Colorado, Kansas,
Still, a lot of states can't be projected.
Minnesota,
Arizona, which could be an important state.
South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. Okay, there we are. It's another slew of no projections. I mean, American elections passed, there will be a lot of projections here from the exit poll, let's face it, and everyone is super cautious, and I understand why. What do you make?
They're now saying 59 Biden, 42 Trump. That's ITV. Let's see.
Not yet, maybe. But this now, where they're defining them, because we start to get the results from these states. Whatever the results are, the president lies in there somewhere.
Joe Biden can score an upset in the likes of Arizona, with ruby red Texas. Well, the path to victory for Donald Trump is going to be investment.
We are discussing Texas is actually big.
Now, this doesn't necessarily mean Biden's winning across the board. Far from it. The early days, we've got some way to go. But let me just give you a quick example. Tarrant County, which hasn't backed a Democrat since Lyndon Johnson, both candidates have 59% with 80% of vote county. Donald Trump won that county by 9 points. You've also got Harris County, a different county in Houston, for instance. Absolutely. Quite good voting people too. Texas, all lines in Texas, if there can be any kind of symbolic reverse of political fortune.
So those latest polls haven't really told us much.
Performance by Joe Biden, one you would expect it is. I still feel that those two return around in these results. As comfortable as we want to think that the Democrats are, they're all still thinking in the blurry area. We can't take any comfort in looking at results, particularly with Texas, because we know that they were their absentee ballots and ballot ballots very early. So expect a shift in the results as we go along, as they continue to see the counties.
Well, listen, if the Democrats are thinking about Texas, the president, maybe they're thinking about Jimmy Carter, because he was the last Democrat to take it back in 19.
Jimmy Carter, the last Democrat to win Texas.
What do we see? Yes, it's a story of Texas, isn't it? As you say, Democrats since 1976, and that was Jimmy Carter in a sense. Was generally seen as an aberration, Southern Democrat at the time. But let's not let that's going to see what's going on in Texas, because 28 elected to win Texas, but we might be able to get a versus 49. But this is one of those examples of how you're telling me about where you see one candidate jump into the league, depending on how and when they process that early ballot. It will take Georgia a couple of days with all those early ballots through the sheet. So you might see this start to narrow very quickly, I would think, over the course of the next few months. I was checking on North Carolina because this one, I'm pretty sure tonight. Still too early to project, 3/4 of the vote counted. There is a difference of 3 there. Many people registered to vote in the state. They have to vote whether they are Democrat or Republican. 36% of the voters said they were Democrats. 40% said they were Republican. 33% said they were Independent. And they will decide this battle tonight. That has gone up as well, the turnout there by 1.2 million. Joe Biden, I believe, 152,000 votes. So what is it? About just over a million votes. For sure, 2 million votes. So it's still early days for North Carolina to watch. Let's go to Chicago, Ohio, very quickly, because they counted the early ballot first there. After the votes counted, you see the early ballot went towards the Democrats, but Joe Biden is starting to narrow here. They counted the in-person votes. A little bit better in Ohio. Pennsylvania. Similar Harris County. We were talking about this a second ago. Let's have a look at what's happening. The last time around was Clemson territory, and so 54%. Let's remember that 54% was this time, 83% of vote counted, and 56%. So in each of these areas, Joe Biden is. As I said, the thing on the difficulty is that what we think we're going to do precedent to make this election is just how that's going to evolve. We'll have to see. The exit poll, the is essentially going from Trump's way rather than Joe Biden's way. What matters is getting to the White House 270 elected votes, and if Joe Biden doesn't pick us up, then let's go. So you come back from there, actually going a lot of coming on happening, feels to be happening in Texas. Demographic changes in the edges of the
Yeah. Not much more to say at the moment. Just chilling out. A lot of close states. Still enjoying it. Yeah, but what about his own bureaucracy? Not their history. I think you're overstating that now. Bonkai cookies, eh? Yeah. Yeah, I need to do a review for it, actually. Yeah, I'm enjoying this season so far. What a surprise! A Republican is championing the Electoral College.
It seems it is the case that Donald Trump is in the lead in Florida, absolutely critical there. Siobhan Robbins is there. There's some dancing going on in the background amongst the Republicans.
Yeah, they have decided it's over here. They are celebrating. You can see the dancing tunnels there. We had a full rendition of the YMCA. It's been a massive party atmosphere. People here decided that Florida is spoken to the Democrats as well. They do have it contested defeat of Florida. So it's a really crazy race now because, of course, it's Florida that's shut down. Why the state of Florida when it's Trump's turning back to the White House very hard. Let me try and speak to someone to see how they're feeling. Hello. I'm sorry to interrupt your ice cream. Looks like some ice cream out there. Hello, sir. My concern is I just want to say you feel about winning Florida.
We are so excited. We were very apprehensive initially, but we believe that Trump is the best candidate. We're very excited about his win in Florida. We believe in America and what he stands for. We're very excited about his message and his vision for the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for talking to your ice cream break to me. As you can see, it's party atmosphere here. We're going to come back and speak to the Democrats shortly. As far as I can hear, this is done. It's over. Trump is still in the game.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sonny Lockwood is there. What have we got for Sonny?
Well, we saw during the campaign the Democrats having also drive-in rallies. Drive-in watch parties there. Just been organised here in Pittsburgh. Might be here and there. To watch the events unfold on the big screen dial with their radio. Now, of course, Pennsylvania is one of the key big Rust Belt states that Trump forced Donald Trump over the line into the White House in 2016. And the part of solidarity, if you like, with Rust Belt voters who put out a current climate change agreement. He named it as what's your take on the event so far?
This is a lot of what we expected to, especially the states that are voting then they're going to have a rebel when they look for themselves up to that weekend. This is the only state, Georgia, that has both of its U.S. Senate seats on the ballot, both held by Republicans, both facing stiff challenges from Democratic candidates. In one of the races, there were three significant candidates, two Republicans.
Oh, they're talking about the Senate now and the House.
The other one is less clear, but as you mentioned, in the event of a close race, these absent ballots could also affect the tabulation of the U.S. Senate seat races along with the presidential race. So a lot is riding on the downtown basketball arena, the focus on manually processing the absent ballots, getting back on track, getting ahead of this tabulation process. Because a lot of people obviously want to know what the results are, want to learn who their next, at least one of the next senators is from the state of Georgia, who could possibly decide, as you mentioned.
Okay, just to clarify, what we are waiting for now is all the ballots that were sent in early. That's where the delay and the picture's been in terms of counting them. We've got all the on-the-day ballots counted by now, haven't we?
I don't know if all the ballots have been counted, Kenny. I don't know that that's true. What we're waiting for is the paper absentee ballots. They've calculated about 86,000. My first one says they have another 50,000 ballots to go. It's a time-consuming process. When they are able to resume the processing and tabulation, but until they do, depending on how close the rest of the Georgia returns are, they may not know who the winner of these races ends up being.
Mark, thank you for that. You're in an interesting place tonight in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you for joining us here on the BBC.
Well, let's go now to Sergeant Will Brackett, who will give us some more states that have just been pulled. We've got Colorado, which has been projected for Biden to have 9 electoral college votes. Colorado used to be a swing state, used to be more conservative. It's one of those states that is
Colorado
reliable.
projected for Biden. 61%. Pretty good. North Dakota, very close. 48.5 to 48. Democrat. That's the prediction anyway.
It's not. In fact, full title is the Division of Social Media Congressman. She's Mariana Spring. She's in the BBC newsroom. Mariana, we know there's been a lot of disinformation around. Social media is full of it. Has it played a big role in this 2020 election campaign?
We've definitely seen a lot of conspiracy theories being shared online in the build-up to this election. That's everything from conspiracy theories suggesting Donald Trump didn't really have coronavirus, promoted by Democrat supporters, to this QAnon conspiracy theory. It's a baseless conspiracy that suggests President Trump is waging a secret war against the Italian pedophile, and in fact, the first person ever has been elected to Congress who supports that
Yeah, that's
conspiracy
it.
theory. She's in Georgia and has just been elected. And there has also been a great deal of voting disinformation and falsehoods about postal voting and will be fraudulent. And that's not just in the build-up to the election, but today we've seen all kinds of substantive agreements about fraud, about suggestions that people are being intimidated at polling stations. And that's something people should be really looking out for from their social media feeds. And in the hours to come, the concern is that allegations of voter fraud or suggestions that all compromise are not safe on social media or
Anything floating around tonight? I'm intrigued with the idea of some of that election. That would be the conspiracy. Any new conspiracies floating tonight that we can get to grips with, or signs of Russian or Chinese interference?
Actually, surprisingly, we're not. As far as the voting disinformation, we haven't seen any new conspiracy theories emerge. But one thing that has been unclear is that a lot of the disinformation in the build-up to polling day has come from domestic sources. It appears to originate in the US, and so the foreign interference that we've been analysing actually seems to have just co-opted or capitalised on that really polarised sensation that we have in our minds. So we can expect some results.
Burst water pipe in Georgia. Today's counting of the absentee votes. You couldn't make it up, could you?
Mariana, today the FBI and the New York Attorney General announced that they are investigating a spate of robocalls around the country that are telling people to stay home, not go out and vote, telling them that it wasn't safe. What have you heard about that? Is this because of domestic interference? I guess it's just something that take the form of something on Facebook. Yeah, I think it's a really important point, and actually that's a way of targeting voters who don't use social media with disinformation. There were reports
rumours of someone robocalling, they're saying, in certain states like New York, basically telling people to stay at home, that they can vote tomorrow, which of course isn't true. I don't know. Oh, North Carolina's very close. Says 5 people are on. So some people might just be watching and not commenting. But I'll wake them up with my storytelling in a few moments.
How do you feel about these two different numbers? What do you think Joe Biden will win here? The New York Times says likely President Trump will win again.
And so I'm cautiously optimistic, and I will try to come up with a positive number.
What are you out there promoting the Biden-Harris tickets?
Why was I out there?
Yes.
Because we never predicted that Donald Trump was going to win 4 years ago. And we've seen, one bad decision after the other, one terrible policy after the other. And I feel that
You told me that you were in the United States and you were not a president. You had a chance, but you chose not to. But then President Trump got elected, and that changed your mind. What happened?
Well, at that point in 2016, when I saw Donald Trump win, I just thought I can't get out of the election anymore. So I had always been very involved in politics and getting on the vote, that I felt that I needed to have the vote. So I quickly became a citizen, and when this is my first presidential election,
How will you feel if President Trump wins?
Well, very close still, Anthony. We don't have any real states that have actually been called yet. Florida, they're saying, is expected to go to Trump. There's talk of Texas maybe going to the Democrats, which would be an upset. That's maybe a long shot, but they're saying it's possible. Very close at the moment, it's looking.
We have a guest who's joining us there, who's out there. So everybody's waiting for that to go, even that out. We'll be back to you. How did the dog feel?
Trump predicted for Alabama, which would be no surprise. 56 to 43.
North Carolina is really close in percentage of vote counting by 1 percentage point ahead, 15 to 49. Florida, Trump was 51 to 48, 95% of the vote counting, 330,000.
Yeah, Becca, they're saying 58. Was it 58 to 41 in Florida for Trump?
The evening is just getting interesting. All sorts of things are now coming into play. The Senate is talking about there. North Carolina, Florida, Texas is still counting. 5 to Trump, 49-49. 73% of the vote counting. States that have not been in contention for a generation or even 2 generations. South Carolina, sister state to Donald Trump, 29% of the vote counting.
South Carolina could go to Trump.
North Carolina, we shall see. Let's go now for the latest news.
Could be a different story in the north. Right. Chapter 2. Hey, Richie Rich. How's it going? I'll try not to screw this one up. This is the radiator, Aunt Josephine said, pointing to a radiator with a pale and skinny finger. Please don't ever touch it. You may find yourself very cold in here in my home. I never turn on the radiator because I am frightened that it might explode, so it often gets chilly in the evenings. Violet and Klaus looked at one another briefly, and Sonny looked at both of them. Aunt Josephine was giving them a tour of their new home, and so far appeared to be afraid of everything in it, from the welcome mat, which Aunt Josephine explained could cause someone to trip and break their neck, to the sofa in the living room, which she said could fall over at any time and crush them flat. Yeah, not too bad, thanks, Richie Rich. Just hanging out, watching the election coverage, and reading a bedtime story. Unfortunate events. This is the telephone, Aunt Josephine said, gesturing to the telephone. It be used in emergencies because there is a danger of electrocution. I struggled with that one. Actually, Klaus said, I've read quite a bit about electricity. I'm pretty sure that the telephone is perfectly safe. Aunt Josephine's hands fluttered to her white hair as if something had jumped onto her head. You can't believe everything you read, she pointed out. I've built a telephone from scratch, Violet said. If you'd like, I could take the telephone apart and show you how it works. That might make you feel better. I don't think so, Aunt Josephine said, frowning. Demo, Sonny offered, which probably meant something along the lines of, if you wish, I will bite the telephone to show you that it's harmless. Demo, Aunt Josephine asked, bending over to pick up a piece of lint from the faded flowery carpet. What do you mean by demo? I consider myself an expert on the English language, and I have no idea what the word demo means. Is she speaking some other language? Hello, Camilla again. Sonny doesn't speak fluently yet, I'm afraid, Klaus said, picking his little sister up. Just baby talk mostly. Grun, Sonny shrieked, which meant something like, I object to you calling it baby talk. Well, I will have to teach her proper English, Aunt Josephine said stiffenly. I'm sure you all need some brushing up on your grammar, actually. Cheeky bitch. Grammar is the greatest joy in life, don't you find? The three siblings looked at one another. Violet was more likely to say that inventing things was the greatest joy in life. Klaus thought reading was, and Sonny, of course, took no greater pleasure than in biting things. The Baudelaires thought of grammar, all these rules about how to write and speak the English language, the way they thought of banana bread. Fine, but nothing to make a fuss about. Fair point, to be fair. Still, it seemed rude to contradict Aunt Josephine. Yes, Violet said finally, we've always loved grammar. Aunt Josephine nodded and gave the Baudelaire a small smile. Well, I'll show you to your room and continue the rest of the tour after dinner. When you open this door, just push on the wood here. Never use the doorknob. I'm always afraid that it will shatter into a million pieces and that one of them will hit my eye. The Baudelaires were beginning to think that they would not be allowed to touch a single object in the whole house. But they smiled at Aunt Josephine, pushed on the wood, and opened the door to reveal a large, well-lit room with blank white walls and a plain blue carpet on the floor. Inside were 2 good-sized beds and 1 good-sized crib, obviously for Sonny, each covered in a plain blue bedspread, and at the front of each bed was a large trunk for storing things. At the other end of the room was a large closet for everyone's clothes, a small window for looking out, and a medium-sized pile of tin cans for no apparent purpose. I'm sorry that all 3 of you have to share a room, Aunt Josephine said, but this house isn't very big. I tried to provide you with everything you would need, and I do hope you will be comfortable. I'm sure we will, Violet said, carrying her suitcase into the room. Thank you very much, Aunt Josephine. In each of your trunks, Aunt Josephine said, there is a present. Presents? The Baudelaires had not received presents for a long, long time. Smiling, Aunt Josephine walked to the first trunk and opened it. For Violet, she said, there is a lovely new doll with plenty of outfits for it to wear. Aunt Josephine reached inside and pulled out a plastic doll with a tiny mouth and wide, starey eyes. Isn't she adorable? Her name is Pretty Penny. Oh, thank you, said Violet, who at 14 was too old for dolls and had never particularly liked dolls anyway. Forcing a smile on her face, she took Pretty Penny from Aunt Josephine and patted it on its little plastic head. And for Klaus, Aunt Josephine said, "There is a model train set." We opened the second trunk, or she opened it, sorry, and pulled out a tiny train car. You can set up the tracks in that empty corner of the room. What fun, said Klaus, trying to look excited. Klaus had never liked model trains as they were a lot of work to put together, and when you were done, all you had was something that went around and around in endless circles. And for little Sonny, Aunt Josephine said, reaching into the smallest trunk, which sat at the foot of the crib, "Here is a rattle. See, Sonny, it makes a little noise."
Whoever came up with this ridiculous system that never end up with a tie, for goodness sake, because they just did it so we'd never get rid of it.
That's pretty funny. The BBC's poll has come up with a tie. Which is impossible. Reaching into the side, I got it. For little Sonny, Aunt Josephine said, reaching into the smallest trunk, which sat at the foot of the crib, "Here is a rattle. See, Sonny, it makes a little noise." Sonny smiled at Aunt Josephine, showing all four of her sharp teeth, but her older siblings knew that Sonny dispensed rattles and the irritable sounds they made when you shook them. Sonny had been given a rattle when she was very small, and it was the only thing she was not sorry to lose in the enormous fire that had destroyed the Baudelaire home. "It is so generous of you," Violet said, "to give us all these things." She was too polite to add that they weren't things they particularly liked. Ohio, extremely close. "Well, I am very happy to have you here," Aunt Josephine said. "I love grammar so much. I'm excited to be able to share my love of grammar with three nice children like yourselves. Well, I'll give you a few moments to settle in, and then we'll have some dinner. See you soon." Aunt Josephine, Klaus asked, "What are these cans for?" Yeah, it certainly is, Alison. Might not be as important this year, though, but we'll see. "Those cans for burglars, naturally," Aunt Josephine said, putting the bun of hair on top of her head. "You must be as frightened of burglars as I am. So every night simply place these tin cans right by the door, so that when burglars come in, they'll trip over the cans, and you'll wake up." "But what will we do then, when we're awake in a room with an angry burglar?" Violet asked. "I would prefer to sleep through a burglary." Yeah, so would I, to be fair. Aunt Josephine's eyes grew with fear. "Angry burglars," she repeated. "Angry burglars? Why are you talking about angry burglars? Are you trying to make us all even more frightened than we already are?" "Of course not," Violet stuttered, not pointing out that Aunt Josephine was the one who had brought up the subject. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you." "Well, we'll say no more about it," Aunt Josephine said. "It will be scary if I have to watch white chicks on the stream." thanks to Anthony. Josephine said, looking nervously at the tin cans, as if a burglar were tripping on them at that very moment. I'll see you at the dinner table in a few moments. Their new guardian shut the door, and the Baudelaire orphans listened to her footsteps padding down the hallway before they spoke. Sonny can have Pretty Penny, Violet said, handing the doll to her sister. The plastic is hard enough for children, I think. And you can have the model trains, Violet, Klaus said. Maybe you can take apart the engines and invent them. But that leaves you with a rattle, Violet said. That doesn't seem fair. Shh, Sonny shrieked, which probably meant something about along the lines of, it's been a long time since anything in our lives has felt fair. The Baudelairs looked at her with bitter smiles. And I agree with that woman in Michigan. We are seeing a country very divided. Sonny was right. It wasn't fair that their parents had been taken away from them. It wasn't fair that the evil and revolting Count Olaf, our classic, was pursuing them wherever they went. Caring for nothing but their fortune. It wasn't fair that they moved from relative to relative, with terrible things happening at each of their new homes, as if the Baudelairs were riding on some horrible bus that stopped only at stations of unfairness and misery. And of course, it certainly wasn't fair that Klaus only had a rattle to play with in his new home. Aunt Josephine obviously worked very hard to prepare the room for us, Violet said sadly. She seems to be a good-hearted person. We shouldn't complain even to ourselves. You're right, Klaus said, picking up his rattle and giving it a half-hearted little shake. We shouldn't complain. Twee, Sonny shrieked, which probably meant something like, both of you are right. We shouldn't complain. Klaus walked over to the window and looked out at the darkening landscape. The sun was beginning to set over the inky depths of Lake Lachymos, and cold evening wind was beginning to blow. Even from the other side of the glass, Klaus could feel a small chill. I want to complain anyway, he said. Soup's up, Aunt Josephine called from the kitchen. Please come to dinner. Violet put her hand on Klaus's shoulder and gave it a little squeeze of comfort. And without another word, the three Baudelairs headed back down the hallway and into the dining room. Aunt Josephine had set the table for 4, providing a large cushion for Sonny and another pile of tin cans in the corner of the room, just in case burglars tried to steal their dinner. Normally, of course, Aunt Josephine said, soup's on is an intermetric expression that has nothing to do with the soup. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a fair bit. The election is 2/10. Possibly Violet so far. In this case, however, I actually made soup. Oh, good, Violet said. There's nothing like her soup on a chilly evening. Actually, it's not hot soup, Aunt Josephine said. I never cook anything hot because I'm afraid of turning the stove on, sorry. It might burst into flames. I've made chilled cucumber soup for dinner. Popular vote has Biden at 1.7, Trump. That's plus 1.7, Trump plus 1.0, others minus 0.7. Hello, Long Naps, how are you? Me too, and doing a bit of reading. Ah, nice. Good choice. I like a Bud Light as well. I've gone classic old school with wholesome pills. I've lost my place now in the book. Okay. Oh, it's cucumber soup, wasn't it? The Baudelaires looked at one another and tried to hide their dismay. As you probably know, chilled cucumber soup is a delicacy that is best enjoyed on a very hot day. I myself once enjoyed it in Egypt while visiting a friend of mine who works as a snake charmer. Well, it was well prepared. Chilled cucumber soup has a delicious meaty taste, cool and refreshing, as if you are drinking something as well as eating it. But on a cold day in a drafty room, chilled cucumber soup is about as welcome as a swarm of wasps at a bar mitzvah. In dead silence, that's a great line. In dead silence, the three children sat down at the table with their Aunt Josephine and did their best to force down the cold, slimy concoction. The only sound was of Sunny's 4 teeth chattering on her soup spoon as she ate her frigid dinner. As I'm sure you know, when no one is speaking at the dinner table, the meal seems to take hours. So it felt like much, much later when Aunt Josephine broke the silence. My dear husband and I never had children, she said, because we were afraid to, but I do want you to know that I'm very happy that you're here. I am often very lonely up on this hill by myself, and when Mr. Poe wrote to me about your troubles, I didn't want you to be as lonely as I was when I lost my dear Violet. Oh, sorry, my dear Ike. Was like your husband, Violet asked. Aunt Josephine smiled, but she didn't look at Violet, as if she were talking more to herself than to the Baudelaires. Yes, she said in a faraway voice, he was my husband, but he was much, much more than that. He was my best friend, my partner in grammar, and the only person I knew could whistle with crackers in his mouth. Wow, what a skill. Oh, some troll. He's popped up a couple of times. He or she doesn't take a hint. Our mother could do that, Klaus said, smiling. Her speciality was Mozart's 14th Symphony. Ike's was Beethoven's Fourth Quartet, Aunt Josephine replied. Apparently it's a family characteristic. I'm sorry we never got to meet him, Violet said. He sounds wonderful. He was wonderful, Aunt Josephine said, stirring her soup and blowing on it, even though it was ice cold. I was so sad when he died. I felt like I'd lost the two most special things in my life. Two? Violet asked. What do you mean? I lost Ike, Aunt Josephine said, and I lost Lake Lachymose. I mean, I didn't really lose it, of course. It's still down in the valley, but I grew up on its shores. I used to swim in it every day. I knew which beaches were sandy and which were rocky. I knew all the islands in the middle of its waters and all the caves alongside its shore. Lake Lachymose felt like a friend to me, but when it took poor Ike away from me, I was too afraid to go near it anymore. I stopped swimming in it. I never went to the beach again. I even put away all my books about it. The only way I can bear to look at it from the wide window in the library. Library? Klaus asked, brightening. You have a library? Of course, Aunt Josephine said. Where else could I keep all my books on grammar? If you all finish with your soup, I'll show you the library. I couldn't eat another bite, Violet said truthfully. Sonny shrieked in agreement. No, Sonny, Aunt Josephine said. Is not grammatically correct. You mean to say I have also finished my supper? Sonny insisted. My goodness, you do need grammar lessons, Aunt Josephine said. All the more reason to go to the library. Come, children. Leaving behind their half-full soup bowls, the Baudelaires followed Aunt Josephine down the hallway, taking care not to touch any of the doorknobs they passed. At the end of the hallway, Aunt Josephine stopped and opened an ordinary-looking door, but when the children stepped through the door, they arrived in a room that was anything but ordinary. The library was neither square nor rectangular, like many rooms, but curved in the shape of an oval. One wall of the oval was devoted to books, rows and rows of them, and every single one of them was about grammar. There was an encyclopedia of nouns placed in a series of simple wooden bookshelves, curved to fit the wall. There were very thick books on the history of verbs, lined up in metal bookshelves that were polished to a bright shine, and there were cabinets made of glass with adjective manuals placed inside them, as if they were for sale in a store instead of in someone's house. In the middle of the room were some comfortable-looking chairs, each with its own footstool, so one could stretch out one's legs while reading. It was the other wall of the oval at the far end of the room that drew the children's attention. From floor to ceiling, the wall was a window, just one enormous carved pane of glass, and beyond the glass was a spectacular view of Lake Lachymose. When the children stepped forward to take a closer look, they felt as if they were flying high above the dark lake instead of merely looking out on it. This is the only way I can stand to look at the lake, Aunt Josephine said in a quiet voice, far away. If I get much closer, I remember my last picnic on the beach with my darling Ike. I warned him to wait an hour after eating before he went into the lake, but he only waited 45 minutes. He thought that was enough. Did he get cramps? Klaus asked. That's what's supposed to happen if you don't wait an hour before you swim. That's one reason, Aunt Josephine said. But in Lake Lazarus, there's another one. If you don't wait an hour after eating, the Lachymose leeches will smell food on you and attack. Utah. That always reminds me of Johnny out of Point Break. Keanu Reeves' character. Biden 89, Trump 72, as predicted at the moment for the Electoral College. Now, if it ended like that, I would feel reasonably confident, but a lot can change. Leeches, Violet asked. Leeches, Klaus explained, are a bit like worms. They are blind and live in bodies of water, and in order to feed, they attach themselves to you and suck your blood. Violet shuddered. How horrible. Traw, Sunny shrieked, which probably meant something along the lines of, why in the world would you go swimming in a lake full of leeches? The Lachymose leeches, Aunt Josephine said, are quite different from regular leeches. They each have 6 rows of very sharp teeth and 1 very sharp nose. They can smell even the smallest bit of food from far away. The Lachymose leeches are usually quite harmless, preying only on small fish. But if they smell food on a human, they will swarm around him, and tears come to Aunt Josephine's eyes, and she took out a pale pink handkerchief and dabbed them away. I apologize, children. It is not grammatically correct to add a sentence, easy for me to say, a sentence with the word and, but I get so upset when I think about Ike that I cannot talk about his death. We're sorry we brought it up, Klaus said quickly. We didn't mean to upset you. That's all right, Aunt Josephine said, blowing her nose. It's just that I prefer to think of Ike in other ways. Ike always loved the sunshine, and I like to imagine that wherever he is now, it's as sunny as can be. Of course, nobody knows what happens to you after you die, but it's nice to think of my husband someplace very, very hot, don't you think? Yes, I do, Violet said. It is very nice. She swallowed. She wanted to say something else to Aunt Josephine, but when you have only known someone for a few hours, it is difficult to know what they would like to hear. Aunt Josephine said timidly, have you thought of moving someplace else? Perhaps if you live somewhere far from Lake Lachymose, you might feel better. We'd go with you, Klaus piped up. Oh, I could never sell this house, Aunt Josephine said. I'm terrified of realtors. The three Baudelaire youngsters looked at one another surreptitiously, I can't say that word, a word which here means while Aunt Josephine wasn't looking. None of them had ever heard of a person who was frightened of realtors. There are two kinds of fears, rational and irrational, or in simpler terms, fears that make sense and fears that don't. For instance, the Baudelaire orphans have a fear of Count Olaf, which makes perfect sense because he is an evil man who wants to destroy them. But if they were afraid of lemon meringue pie, this would be an irrational fear. It certainly would. Because their meringue pie is delicious and it's never hurt a soul. Being afraid of a monster under the bed is perfectly rational because there may in fact be a monster under your bed at any time, ready to eat you all up. But a fear of realtors is an irrational fear. Realtors, as I'm sure you know, are people who assist in the buying and selling of houses. Besides occasionally wearing an ugly yellow coat, the worst a realtor can do is to show you a house that you find ugly, and so it is completely irrational to be terrified of that. As Violet, Klaus, and Sunny looked down at the dark lake and thought about their new lives with Aunt Josephine, they experienced a fear themselves. And even a worldwide expert on fear would have difficulty saying whether this was a rational fear or an irrational fear. The Baudelaire's fear was that misfortune would soon befall them. On one hand, this was an irrational fear because Aunt Josephine seemed like a good person and Count Olaf was nowhere to be seen. But on the other hand, the Baudelaires had experienced so many terrible things that it seemed rational to think that another catastrophe was just around the corner. Welcome back, Becca. And that's the end of chapter 3. Sorry, chapter 2. So I'll take a deep breath. That might be the last chapter of the night. I might give it a rest for tonight. But I could always read some more on another stream. We'll see how things go. Oh, the burst water pipe was in Atlanta, not. Oh yeah, Georgia. Yeah, Atlanta. Beer, I've got another Holston.
Pertains to the Rust Belt. None of it pertains to Michigan or Ohio or even Pennsylvania, where the area side there are not so good. That's a fair point. That's why I say look next to North Carolina and Florida, because it was the Hispanic especially in South Florida. You're right, that wouldn't necessarily translate. But if it's, for example,
Did you watch Discovery yet, Becca?
how close so far the night the protest is. And as you just said, it could take the next day and the next 2 days before we get a much clearer picture. Would you accept that there would be wrong to claim victory on the basis of the results we'll get tonight? Yeah, I've heard a lot of chatter about that. I think everybody sort of acknowledges privately that it doesn't make any difference. The concession doesn't matter. The declaration of victory doesn't matter. It's the vote of the Electoral College in January that actually counts. I think the president said he wouldn't do it preliminarily. I think many of the Democrats have encouraged Joe Biden not to see if it comes to that. Again, I think that's one of the things the media talks about more than the candidates do. I don't think it's relevant. And we'll probably end up being much more about that. But if the president was to appear from the White House in the next hour or so and say, look, folks, I've won, that would be wrong, wouldn't it? Well, that's not going to happen. That would be not going to show up in the next hour. And say that. That would be foolish for him to do because again, it would his egg on his face. But doesn't want that, but especially, I recognize the fact that the media, especially this is not clear caricature, is actually much more typical of American politicians than I think folks realize overseas. A lot of what you're seeing tonight is very, very close to business. A lot of talk, for example, about the public lawyers. That happens in every single place. That is not unusual for us. Always wondering about whether or not late votes are going to be counted. Happens in every single place. The first place I ran for 12 days after the election. This happens all the time. There's really
Could be a result as late as Friday, they're saying.
you follow American politics as closely as anybody. Let me ask you this question. Do you think there's more likelihood of violence if the president wins or loses?
I think the likelihood might come if there are 3 days in which there is no president declared, and there are lots of lawsuits launched, and it looks like the president is trying to say that absentee ballots should not be counted. For example, in Pennsylvania, where they are allowed to carry on counting for 3 days after the election day if they run.
There's a reason.
Oh, hey,
Large cities
Ankin it.
are heavily Democrat areas. They're worried about the backlash to the president.
I don't know. The polls still haven't closed. At the moment, it's very close. I think they have Biden ahead, but it's pretty close. Trump expected to win Florida, which is a big state for him to win, but
Just to be clear, if there isn't a result until Friday, you think the president will be happy to say there is
oh, Biden.
we will wait until Friday until all the ballots
Biden, definitely.
If he doesn't meet Pennsylvania, why would he wait? If you win Ohio and Minnesota and Arizona and Nevada and Florida, Pennsylvania will be meaningless. What would be the difference?
But I'm assuming that the electoral college is not being forced yet.
Okay. Who's winning Ohio, Trump or Biden? Okay, thanks, Akit. Take care. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ohio's very close though, isn't it? Okay, we'll see. Thanks for dropping by. Who's that question for, Alison? I take it Akit.
I'm just slightly surprised that you claim that this is all business as usual. I mean, I know American politics is always lawyered up for whatever you do.
Wow.
The extent of lawyering up this time is huge.
Okay.
very similar. The year 2000 only involved Florida. This time it could involve three, four.
Well, the polls are very mixed. You have different predictions on different channels,
1876.
a kit, but it's all very close. I think they're pretty neutral, Alison. I don't think you get the partisan coverage that you would get when it comes to parties in this country. I mean, obviously, in theory, most media outlets are meant to be impartial, but obviously, it doesn't always play like that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of what Trump stands for would be opposed by people in the media over here. But then again, it's a very broad media. There's a lot of mixes of like political views and stuff and different ideologies. So it's hard to pin down, really. I mean, in general, I would say Europe would be opposed to a lot of what Trump stands for. Not always the UK, I have to say, but then I would say a lot of people on the streets in the UK, Biden expected to win Mexico. No surprise in a way. The people on the streets in the UK, I would say by and large would be anti-Trump. Okay, it must have been New Mexico. Of course, yeah. Mexico's a country. It must have been New Mexico, yeah. Pardon. Oh, yeah. I'm well aware, Alison. Okay, thanks, Anthony. Have a good sleep. See you soon. We may not know for a few days, of course, whether I have to suffer through white chicks or not. I might just get myself tucked up.
Very good question. I just want to say, well, definitely expect Florida seeing trouble in a number of Rust-Belt states. Pennsylvania, Trumbull County, which is Youngstown, the western part of the border there, nearly all of those counties, the Trump's and 16 performance.
Texas is looking very close. They're predicting 51% Trump, 48% Biden in Texas. They're saying Texas, not a battleground state this year, but it could be in 2024. Harden.
What our democracy is about. Not let the Republicans and Donald Trump's attorneys trying to steal this election. This is too important. The future of our country is too important. And you've seen some of the remarkable number of ballots that were already passed in early voting. It means too much to the people of this country for the vote not to be counted. So you can expect us to be in every place where votes are still being calculated until the last vote is counted.
Can I ask you, why is it such a struggle for you? I mean, you're up against an incumbent who is widely regarded as unpopular by Democrats, hated by Democrats, who is loathed by most of the American media, and presiding badly the American people think when we're dealing with COVID, the economy tanked as a result of COVID, and that was the one bright spot he had. And yet here you are, it doesn't look like you're going to win Texas, you're not going to win North Carolina, you've lost Florida, and it doesn't look like you're going to win Georgia either. Why? Why do you find it so difficult to win these elections? And the demographics are going in your direction, and you still don't seem to be able to win.
Well, I think that what you're seeing in this country is a racial reckoning. Donald Trump has really used his dog whistle white supremacy to bring out his base. You've seen them act wildly, caravans trying to run the Biden Harris bus off the road. He has really emboldened some of the base instincts of American culture, and we are having a reckoning right now. It is unfortunate because I think our country deserves better than the divisive politics that Donald Trump has.
Why can't you energize your base? The white suburban women don't like Donald Trump. We're told the pollsters that. This is an increasingly young country. It's skews democratic. It's increasingly college educated. There are 13 million more minorities and white people with college degrees compared to 2016. That skews democratic as well. Everything they take Texas, because we're going to win 40% of the vote of the under 40s in Texas are not people of color. And yet you cannot seem to galvanize your base. And therefore, you're in trouble tonight. You're in real trouble.
So I think that we do see a lot of things. We saw a lot of voter suppression efforts. We saw our president question the legitimacy of the election in a way that I know has impacted the vote. But we've also seen a lot of turnout. The evening is still young. As I said, we would love for this to have been an early evening. But the most important thing is to make sure that every vote is counted.
I know it's a busy night, but thank you for joining us here on the BBC US election results.
And I was thinking I looked at a couple of states with New Hampshire, which is projected Joe Biden for electoral.
New Hampshire projected for Biden. No surprise there. Utah predicted for Trump. Days here in the United States.
is a clear change. Despite the bad results for the Democrats in Florida, it did look as if they were going to do well over the Rust Belt states. It did look as if Mr. Biden was picking up a lot more votes there.
Trump winning Michigan. That seems surprising. I'm not sure why. I just would have put that as more of a Democrat state, but
I'm gonna still add that caveat about some of those Rust Belt states, because Wisconsin, for example, saying they're not gonna start counting all the votes from around Milwaukee until tomorrow morning, and we've got a whole load of votes sitting there in mail pushing stuff, hammering up, and they have not yet been counted. So the warning our audiences about this over the last few days. There could be a red surge on the night, and then there could be a blue shift in the days after. That is definitely true up there in those Rust Belt states. We've got to talk about Arizona too, because Arizona is actually excitingly good, but that is looking surprisingly good for this one. It's a very scrambled map. It's interesting. Let's check on the latest news then first before we go any further with team of the news. Building drama, but so far, few surprises. As the votes continue to be counted, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are projected to win several states that are reliably red or blue. We wait for the results of one of the key swing states for the vital pieces of the electoral map. The winning candidate needs to secure 270 electoral votes to get to the White House. Turnout could be unprecedented. Election day saw people pouring into polling stations. This will be a roller coaster night, and Florida, as always, will be one of the key states to watch.
for which is that for the Queen's Gambit? Okay. Might give it a watch. Oh dear. Black Lives Matters incident with police near the White House.
It could very easily be very granular, absolutely. But it could be a bigger issue as well. It could be whether it is this one restricted to
Sorry, say again, whether the vote should be counted.
Right, right, because Pennsylvania law seems to indicate that the ballot should be in by November 3rd. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court gave everybody an extra 3 days to get the ballots in. And it's those ballots that arrive in those 3 days that are gonna be potentially the subject to some litigation.
So just to be clear, that they won't go through with the ballot put up to the end by election day, even if they're posted. At this point, there could be some voters sitting there in the state of Pennsylvania, I haven't voted yet, it looks like my candidate is behind, I might still get my ballot in.
If it's postmarked by today, you can get your ballot in, and there's several states that are like that. There's a question about whether or not Pennsylvania, if it's not postmarked by today, and it comes within 3 days, whether that's going to be.
I am so glad we have you with us now. I want to keep your eye out this thing on the screen so that information. Thank you so much for explaining what a complicated system
Yeah, this postal votes thing is such a minefield. Sky News now have Trump at 102, Biden at 98. ITV has Biden 98, Trump 97.
United States, and certainly by far the largest and most influential county in Arizona, accounting for something like 60% of the electorate. Now, results here will come in three separate tranches. The first projection we have relates to mail-in postal votes cast before the weekend. The projection gives Mr. Biden a 9-point lead over Mr. Trump. The next tranche of results, projections we're expecting, relate to voting today. Now, local outlets here are reporting that among the voters today, Republicans outnumbered Democrats more than 2-1. So the key question is, can the number of voters today overtake the mail-in votes, and what is the percentage of vote? To try to help us with this rather complicated thing, I'm joined by the top Democrat, top Republican, I beg your pardon. It's been a long night. The top Republican in America might be Ray Chemansky. Ray, are you nervous? Maybe this is not at all. Not at all. We work hard. We're tired, for sure, but very energized. The enthusiasm that's been shown in Maricopa County, in the state of Arizona, around the country, is something that we want to everyone do. I guess the trend is pretty obvious. 4 years ago, Donald Trump's majority was 100,000 votes less than the longest country. In 2014, the Senate candidate, the Democrats, won Maricopa by 65 votes. So that's the trend.
No, I'm not quite there yet about a trend or a pattern. In 2018, the Senate candidate who won out of Maricopa County. The Republicans were crossing over and voting in that office by double digits. If you look at the office that was higher in the ballot, Republicans just smashed the Democrat candidate. And that happened a great deal in the down ballot races as well. So I have, my opinion is that that was more circumstantial and issues at the time. Donald Trump was not on the ballot. The issues that we're facing today in this country were not issues.
And for a long time, 31 years, Arizona had a beloved Republican senator. Do you think Sean McCain Republicans decided to sit this one out and stay home today?
Absolutely not. We fought that fight as the Republican Party in Arizona, in which in Maricopa County already. We've been there, we've talked about what's at stake. And the state of the country, the state of the U.S. Senate is at stake. And I believe that Republicans all understand that, and they're going to do their duty.
When do you think we will know?
I would love to tell you, the election results are released according to the schedule of the election officials in Maricopa County. We have no control over that. And so we saw in the last election, they came out very slowly. That is his decision. I do not know what his strategy will be now.
But it could possibly be days, could it?
Oh, definitely. We're expecting that it will be days. I believe that you'll have one eye on the nation. Where are the other states coming in? As long as they're not decided, a lot of the media eyes are on Maricopa County on him. And I think that might be a bit of a incentive.
The official you're referring to is, of course, a Democrat. We're not suggesting shenanigans, Ray. Ray, I'm very grateful. Thank you very much indeed. Tom, that's the latest from Arizona. Back to you in Washington.
John, thank you very much indeed. A good moment actually to probably talk about John McCain and the impact in Arizona. Now, if you don't know John McCain, former Republican presidential candidate, war hero, prisoner of war, is in Hanoi during the Vietnam War, he was shot down. I think it's fair to say he cordially wrote Donald Trump, and his wife doesn't have any other feelings, towards Donald Trump. Massively popular in some sections of the Republican Party. Does John McCain's animosity to Donald Trump really count against the president in Arizona in this election?
I thought that question about whether the John McCain Republicans stay home was an excellent question, because I think that the folks in Arizona associate the Republican Party with a brand of conservatism that's very different from what we see from Trump. And so I can't imagine a scenario where some of them did stay home, or where some of them transitioned and voted for Biden. I think John McCain's widow endorsed Joe Biden in this election. And so I think for sure it could be the case that they have different understandings of what it means to be Republican, and for that reason, have even voted for Joe Biden to stay home today.
Donald Trump is ruthlessly opposed to kind of the establishment in whichever party they are. So, even happening too much on McCain,
Biden's widow voted for, not Biden's widow, sorry. John McCain's wife voted for Joe Biden, apparently.
Institutions and establishment figures in the country, John McCain just being one of them. And we have tried, have we not, time and time again, to put our fingers on exactly, what that was. And you can point to, for example, when he starts attacking Mexicans, well, if you're cynical about it, you can say, well, maybe not that many Mexicans are going to vote for him, and he's playing the race card and all the rest of it. But it's very hard to have an argument that Republican voters don't care about people who die serving their country. It's that 4-year obsession, this 4-year obsession with Barack Obama. I mean, why would you go that backwards? To this degree that everything about his presidency was trying to kind of negate the presidency of Barack Obama. Even his obsession with Obama's Operation Proud with his, it's an extraordinary kind of assault on civility in this country, but also on the establishment and how he's emerged, to be competitive. It is a remarkable comment on where American public opinion is.
Yeah, I think it's also important to know that there's just this kind of disconnection from these institutions and this idea of like the intellectual elite that we're experiencing that I think he speaks directly to. And so we have these ideas about what we can do and what we can't do in America. So completely fall apart under this Trump presidency because people don't really buy the idea that the president should have advisors. To answer your question before, is it good that the president talks directly to the people? Maybe, right? But the people don't talk directly to the president. So maybe it's a good idea to wait and hear what the advisors have to say. When we have a group of Americans who don't think that's a good idea, who don't like this idea that you have to be educated in order to govern, where that education is even necessarily a good thing. And so they are, I think, casting aside some things we know they believe in. We know it's not okay to call military suckers and losers, but people are putting up with it because they have these other interests.
We have spent, if you've been watching these programs over the last 5 years, I've had lost count of the amount of times that we have discussed and charted effectively a rebellion of people against, I think, the establishment, even not only the established political class, but to some extent the media as well. It's been a fascinating thing to witness. I think one of the questions that we had, all of us tonight, was whether we were going to be seeing the end of that revolution, and you have to say so far, no sign of it, but we're still in early days. Now let's go to Jane. Obviously, one of the things we've been talking about, Jane, is what Florida does and does not tell us about Arizona. We'd love an answer.
So against that narrative of the kind of anti-establishment vote being from a certain set, and it suggests that Joe Biden might be just making much broader inroads into votes that we didn't see in Florida, that we may well see in Arizona, and that could be replicated elsewhere.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll be here sirens. We're hearing a lot of them here in Washington tonight. But let's just take a look at where we are. You know, it's some way into this evening now, still a long way to go, a long week ahead potentially as we've been discussing. But let's hear from Anushka on the shape of the ballot.
Thank you, Tom. Well, things are changing. You can have a look at our tally, and the dark blue and the dark red is getting bigger, but the all-important 217 very much still in the middle of the yellow. Now, if you have a look at our three key swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they haven't been called, and we're interested in them, but we haven't yet finished with the Sun Belt. So, we're feeling pretty confident in some of the states that the Democrats were talked about being competitive in, like Georgia and North Carolina. He's ahead in both as the votes clocked up. He actually spent a lot of money in Georgia, but as you've just been hearing from Jane and others, Arizona is potentially looking different, and it is the one the Democrats focus on most heavily. You know, John was there in Maricopa County.
Arizona could go Democrat. It's looking like that could happen, which could be a big state for them.
We're sort of going pretty simple about well, I know a lot of people on social media having fun suggesting that we are on path, on a possible path for the time. There's 269, yes, 269 electoral college outcome here. That would be if Trump was Pennsylvania, but if Biden is Arizona, Maine, Nebraska, kind of split it. But that makes it an extraordinary unlikely outcome. But it does tend, you know, the Americans, on the side of the fence, you are Americans have been one of those anxious place right now. We should be clear, founding fathers in their absolute wisdom devised a system that technically can deliver a deadly right hand. To explain, were that to happen, we should say it's very unlikely. We should correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, it goes to the House, and each state has one vote. Yes. And so the majority of House members in that state vote, you know, to decide which. Right. So the way their state votes. Yeah. Well, right. So we have again a system where the number of people in the state does not matter. California will have one vote. Wyoming will have one vote if they get there. I think the other important thing for your viewers to know is that there are parts of the Constitution that are missing. And so the framers talk about a lot of things. Clearly, they never thought about a tie because we have an odd number, even number in our electoral college. And I don't think that they would have been able to imagine that we would have wanted some clarity in a day like today. But once we get through all these things where the House of Representatives does a day, the Senate
California for Biden projected. No surprise. Washington also projected for Biden. 12 electoral votes. Oregon predicted for Biden. 7. Donald Trump to win Wyoming. 3 electoral votes. So ITV now have Biden at 192 and Trump at 108.
So far, it's going pretty much as predicted, except for Trump. He's doing a little bit better in the Sun Belt. And this is a big surprise. I wanted to pick up one of we explored the idea of an electoral tie, and it does look very close. The other thing, which I think is worth explaining to people, because it's part of why the mailing list. The original framers of the Constitution, if you're not familiar with it, basically asked the states to send electors, but they didn't really say anything else. They didn't tell the states how they should choose their electors. There was nothing to say that it should be a popular vote. So in a very contested election, let's say
Okay, thanks Alison for dropping by. Have a good night. Good night.
It's not where you want to be. Let's hope it's not where we are. Can I just switch back away from the Constitution for a moment, back to the kind of electoral?
As for me, I will see how it goes. I might turn in a bit earlier because chances are we're not going to know for days one way or the other. It is panning out very close, which I expected it to be.
Thank you, South Carolina. We did it. And I don't mean me. I mean we. Our praise for Churchill.
Very close, Camilla. Very close. We may not know for days for sure. so far, as predicted, there's no surprises. I think the Republicans are looking likely to win the states that they expected to win, and same with the Democrats. But there's still plenty of big swing states up for grabs. Yeah, we're going into a lockdown on Thursday for 4 weeks initially. But probably for longer. Well, not a lot. Not a lot changes really, Camille. For me, I mean, if it's another lockdown, it's similar to before. You know, I'll try and keep busy and active, and still gonna go to the shop and stuff, like food shopping. But it's obviously another setback for the country. Democrats hold the House. Nancy Pelosi speaking from Washington. The Senate is still up for grabs, though.
sub-story that I was yeah. So it's nothing at all. The Democrats they were speaking to Emma early from a very forlorn-looking car park in Delaware that was supposedly full of Joe Biden supporters. Emma, any sign of any of them, or have you given up on the van? No, they were behind me. So I got red brake lights. The brake making up exit door in the car park. So very much so. What do you mean in fact? Basically, what I would say that seems to be going on here is that they had a list of people who were going to come to this Friday rally, and around 9 o'clock they were told that they would be texted from the French capital, at least 10. So there are some cars coming now. I don't think they necessarily bring them in unless somebody was going to arrest them. Joe Biden coming round this country doing these Friday rallies over the past week, and has taken its way in
Driving rallies, eh? For Biden. Not a bad idea. Acceptance, you think, in the Biden camp that this really is going to be a lot more? You suggested it was effectively telling people to wait, be patient, and follow the narrative. But are we talking about, tomorrow, the day after that, or are they really thinking, no, it's going to be a few more hours tonight? No, I think it's more than a few hours in their mind. Pennsylvania still got 80% of the ad-based council in some period of time. And I think that the feeling is that this might go well beyond tonight, certainly into tomorrow, and it could well go further into the week. And that's where things can start to get tricky. Start to have the opportunity for people who want to say that this is a great ballot, that this is an untrue result. BBC have 192 for Biden and 114 for Trump. So it's a little more for Trump because ITV had him at 105. It's a little less for Biden. I think ITV had him at 105. Sorry, 195. But quite similar, I guess. Arizona so far has Biden at 54%, Trump at 45%. So that could be a big win for Biden if Arizona goes Democrat. The whole thing could end up in court. Sky News have the same as the BBC, 192 to 114.
My own view is that foreign troops stay out
How ITV are now saying the same, so possibly that's about right.
States have until December 8th to finish up their count so when you follow the federal statute, this case should not reach the Supreme Court prior to December 8th. In order
innovation and improvement as well as we would like. But again, it is true that there's a ton of people in Arizona that explode, and I do have to make it up with Michigan, which I think is an uphill battle.
Very rich and for thank you very much indeed for your time. What do you make of your ideas? Yeah, I'm just going to what I was complaining now that Fox News should not have called Arizona to go live. In other words, Fox News making that decision and the way I was
Oh dear. Fox News has called Arizona for Biden, and the White House not happy. Rumor has it.
What do you make of that call? In something around?
I think the president just was right that Republicans are going to rely on people to protect them. They have come with a little bit of money. Maybe the change is not in the Southeast, but happening in the Southwest, and we have to look at people.
Hey Cindy, it's going okay. It's looking very close. I mean, it looks like there's a good chance Biden could win Arizona, which could be a big win for the Democrats. A lot of the states so far have gone the predicted way. So it's very close. Well, I mean, at the moment, the prediction is on electoral votes, it's 192 to Biden, 114 to Trump. But obviously, that's before you've got a lot of the swing states announced. And I mean, this could go days, it could all end up in court, they're saying. The White House is now declaring war on Fox News for announcing that Biden's won Arizona. I think if Biden can win Arizona, that might be the first big sign that he's heading for a win. Otherwise, it's very nick and tug. Have you heard about these robo things today, Cindy, where people are being told in certain states to stay at home and they can vote tomorrow, which is obviously false information. But there's obviously various things that they're saying could end up in court. Obviously, the postal thing is still a big talking point. The Senate seat's still up for grabs. Certain states, a couple of Democrats have won that, but still looking like Republicans will probably keep the Senate. Oh, they've got Kathy Griffith on. Well, Kathy not holding back. I'm not sure yet, Cindy. I might go to bed quite soon because there's a chance we're not going to get a decisive result tonight. I'll see what the polls look like next time. Strong stuff from Kathy Griffith. She claims she was investigated by the FBI for death threats, conspiracy against the president, for making a joke tweet picture, a Halloween mask of Trump. It was probably a silly thing for her to do, but it also seems over the top. Then she was it was seriously seen as anything other than a joke. I mean, for her to be investigated in such ways, that does seem a bit over the top. Virginia called for Biden. 13 votes.
minority communities and people of color who lose President Trump and everything he stood for over the last 4 years. Okay, Reagan, thank you very much indeed. I think it is worth saying at this point in the evening that we may not have that many results or indeed that much clarity about what's happening, and we may be still talking about it for days. But there's a sort of interesting little subtext going on with the president's, I would say the president's favorite broadcaster, Fox News. I'm not so sure it is anymore, but the broadcaster on the right here. Fox News not only is called Arizona for Joe Biden, it is now called Ohio for Donald Trump. As we clear, nobody else is called either of those states. Dana and her team haven't called them. CNN haven't called them. None of the other networks have called them. And essentially, everyone's looking at the same thing. So Fox is just drawing different conclusions about standard from the same thing. But let's just take a look at the state of play and where we are with Elizabeth.
Well, you suggest that Fox is his favourite broadcaster. I thought he might be watching you. And the
Hmm.
the result tonight is that you're going to have me and Jane back tonight, tomorrow night, maybe into Friday lunchtime. Because again, all of those crucial swing states have gone, as you can see right here. They're all exactly as they are. But of course, the states that you've been talking about are very interesting, including Florida, which really looks like it's gone to Trump, 94% counted, and he has got 51% of the vote. Arizona, if Fox are correct, then that's looking very good for Biden. Clearly, a lot of the second
Fox has also called Ohio for Trump, but no one else has. So they've called 2 states, Arizona for Biden, Ohio for Trump, but no other stations have.
But anyway, that's maybe a story as far as they are. Can I just take you back to the board for a second and just talk about Arizona? Because we understand that, Fox is making the weather tonight. They may come, that may end up looking very smart, or they may come to historically reverse. But they are telling us, they think that Joe Biden has won Arizona, Trump Trump's won Ohio. How bad is Trump will the loss of Arizona be? How difficult does that make his path to the White House?
Well, I think out of a couple of counts, firstly, because it's Arizona and it has been reliably Republican for so long, it is a signal that perhaps those demographic changes that are moving some of these states towards the Democrats are happening. So it's bad news on that front. But in terms of electoral votes, it is 11, okay? So he can lose Arizona, Trump can lose it, and he can still find a path to the White House. But it becomes very difficult to lose any of the others. We have added it up that if he outruns Pennsylvania, it could still go to Biden, but those top 3 will become very, very important for Donald Trump. Very important indeed.
Alicia, thank you very
Joe Biden said that if he wins, he wants to restore the Atlantic Alliance to where it was before Trump became president. If he wants to do that, he has no choice but to talk to Britain, to raise Britain. We are the second most important member of the Atlantic Alliance, by far the most important European member. But it's not like we're European. As I said, I don't know the question of the Biden administration is asking all of that, frankly, and yes, of course, the Atlantic, but also part of South Korea, Australia. The question that was is, what are you going to qualitate what you get to do? And they know with respect to some aspects of European collaboration, also take on China for its strategic rival. The last year has made major pledges on normalization of China and those very they could be asked but what are you going to bring to this alliance or Vice President Biden has talked about that context and really important to understand. But I see no anti-Biden where he put up a full coalition with the Chinese. I do see a real competitive and they don't want to keep from China in various aspects, but they're also going to cooperate with the Chinese. And so, of course, the question is Bolivia's substantive part of that, and as much or more of the table is the table, rather than whether anything that I really they're serious people. They're not just playing games, they're not just political games. They actually do business and do serious business. And if that's why we got doing around the world, okay. Thank you for joining us. Here's a very important point. We now project Ohio to form the 18 electoral college votes for Mr. Trump. That's a major push for America. He's struggling a little bit when it comes to Ohio, but he's not 90% of the county. He is in
Ohio called for Trump. 90% of the vote counted there. So not quite, but almost. 192 to Biden, 136 to Trump. That's according to the BBC. And they can't get a plumber for the burst pipe, apparently, in Georgia. $205 Biden, 136 Trump. Yeah, ITV have roughly the same, a little different. They're saying 205 Biden, 132 Trump.
Let's protect Virginia now. We are like 13
Virginia, they're now saying 52% to Biden against 46. About 77% counted there. Virginia.
Crucial states that will give us some indication of whether this is going to be Joe Biden's night or Trump's night. It's still all up for grabs. So we can say for sure it's one point well for Joe Biden. But it's going to be for Mr. Trump. This is I think we're going to find the script. And then let's see what Larry's about. That's what Paul is. Let's see. What are your thoughts on where we are now, Professor? Actually, things are going to shape up a little bit better than we think. This is down to Michigan, to Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, a couple of congressional districts in states that are their elected maybe even there are low But if it is done to these industrial states, and we're told we don't get the results of the states until Friday or the weekend, those would be for that as well.
They're saying if Biden wins the industrial states, along with Arizona, then that could be enough for him. But the problem is those states might not be called to till Friday. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are those states.
The American political process robust enough to handle this. The peaceful transfer of power is the central hallmark of any successful democracy. But it's never really contested. And the Constitution, it doesn't really guarantee the peaceful transfer, does it? It just presupposes there'll be a peaceful transfer. America's friends should be a little bit worried about it. America is so divided, so political, so tribal, that anything can happen. And probably that anything is bad news. It doesn't help when you have people who are very active in politics, or in the White House, or in other important places, who are willing to do anything. Our founders assumed that Americans would be basically rational, and that they would care about the nation rather than their own ambition. So that worked for a while. But if it does go that way, it's quite the Democrats. I think for it.
Yeah, I mean, the Democrats wanted one of those states, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, to early, and that would have been like that we shut out the blue, right? You can't say it because it's stupid. But they haven't got that. And so they're going to have to look for us. So the Rust Belt will always go higher. So this depends on on Friday, you and I are having this conversation, and Joe Biden has won Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. And actually, it's probably say, well, that was a fairly comfortable win for Joe Biden. It's just that we have to go through all this process. It's not clear that he's going to win all of those, and it's not clear that there won't be litigation and contested elections along the way. So we've asked people for the last 2 weeks. We said this could be an election that takes a long time to fall because of the peculiar nature of the way that Americans voted, because we have to be in the middle of a pandemic. So that has thrown things up in the air. We don't know how much this is going to be, and we don't know yet what the final rules are. We know that they haven't had this shutdown in Florida or North Carolina or Georgia. Hopefully, the New York Times has just had the next forecast in the report, and that's a 50-year Biden. So, and that was written last minute. So these are a bit messy at the moment. We don't know exactly what's happened.
Some people are also saying, oh, it's true that Mr. Biden won Arizona.
Yeah.
You just pointed out Georgia.
I just saw that. There's some campaign that says don't have to look at Virginia with the state of Wisconsin. Right. Yeah. And actually, no, we have one question that we have to make. We put up just a few minutes ago that Montana has been called was rejected for Donald Trump. That has now been taken back to the court, and it is now being put in the two to reject Donald Trump.
Montana looking pretty close. 49.3 to Trump. About 73% counted there.
what I'm curious.
It certainly won't be conceded. That's my question.
Absolutely. Let's kind of concept a little bit what one of the Republican strategists and former advisor to Trump's going to be, one, wow, my head is sort of spinning about this one. What are you making of where we are? You're listening to Andrew and I, we're talking a whole load of rubbish, we're looking for this is kind of what we're looking at the actual things we don't know the results, not looking as good as Joe Biden doing and shut out the might have done, but that doesn't mean that's yet.
Oh, that's absolutely right. It's a nail biter out there in America right now. If you watch these various states count their votes, the fact that Trump won Florida, Ohio, those are big states. But, we have a lot of Republicans that are from Arizona, and that feels like it was really early to be called, especially when you're weighing in states like Texas and Ohio. That's a little concerning. I would say that we also are fascinated with that, the fact that the polls seem to be really wrong, that they have Joe Biden out consistently in a number of these states across the board. Also, what's fascinating is the amount of money put into some of these states that Democrats invested in that. You're talking $100 million in South Carolina to give this grant. That is $100 million to the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. That is, I don't think that money could have probably been used elsewhere. So it's going to take a few days to figure out whether or not Joe Biden wins with President Trump wins re-election. It looks like the rest of those states, my home state of Wisconsin, will be deciders. For that, you're talking Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as well as a total of 46 electoral votes. And we're going to have to wait for those votes to be counted.
If we get out of tonight and it's not decided, is there enough reserves of patience of the American people within the Trump campaign, within the Biden campaign to do what needs to be done? Just sit this out for 3 days while we let those counters do their job?
Well, here's another, it's this mass more uncertainty that Americans are feeling during coronavirus, the pandemic, the fact that we don't know now who will win the election, it adds to anxiety and the tension. But unfortunately, we just have to wait and see how these votes get counted. And then we should anticipate that there will be court challenges, that there could be mail-in ballots that are counted a little bit after, like in North Carolina, those ballots being counted on November 13th. So I think it's just another class in our American community who is now waiting to see who the victor is going to be. And unfortunately, the patience is running thin.
Just a quick update on the Senate. The Democrats have taken 2 Senate seats, Mark Kelly in Arizona, Hickenlooper in Colorado. Looking at scenarios perhaps down in Redmond, which is the potential the Democrats could take the Senate but lose the White House.
Yes, that's absolutely possible. I was actually thinking that, that the inverse could be true as well. Raising profile, and, like tens of millions of dollars for her in that small state, the polling has to move on. So I'd like to see how that turns out. Senator Kelly Loeffler in Georgia is running for a while. That'll be decided in January. So we're going to see well, we haven't seen those. Like we saw Senator Joni Ernst in Iowa. She won her re-election. Lindsey Graham won his re-election. So it's still a pretty good right now. But still very close. We're not seeing that close right now. That's fascinating. And so we kind of end up having a Republican Senate, and if Joe Biden were to pull it off, we have to let it go.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for all of our guests so that it's looking at the end. It's just there's a line in the middle.
We're watching the headquarters of the Biden campaign in Delaware. We expect the Vice President, former Vice President,
Biden expected to speak soon.
let's go back to our panel. How do you read the situation? Bring us up to date with your towards you, Andrew. I think this race is still very much close to call. The governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, came out and said, let's all of them. I think President Trump is still in pretty good shape in Florida, North Carolina, there are a lot of states, a lot of ballots that we counted. We still haven't gotten to the Midwest, we have the Midwest. So there is still a viable path for the current president of the United States to get over the looks like it will take several days or maybe even longer than that, but it's things that how you see it. Is it more likely to be Mr. Biden or more likely to be Mr. Trump? If I were a betting person, I think that President Trump has a slightly very narrow edge advantage in this, but there's all that change. You know that there's 2 electoral college votes on his permanent meeting, the other being divided in Nebraska. So just really don't know, but it seems to be everything up there by Democratic group. They're very nervous. They think that the former vice president spent time in the bunker, spent a lot more time going to shoot out on that stage. They now think they could very well do it.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. If we know the 2 or 4 days, how much momentum is the campaign lose? How does it look to strategy for the next few days if they have to wait for those results? And that's going to be the hard part, making sure to keep everyone in line, waiting to count all of the votes. What I will say is the campaign has always said they may not know what's going to happen on Monday, and now they're going to need to say that over and over and over again. But the other thing when we look a little deeper at the numbers, you're seeing that there are still questions about Atlanta, Fulton County, the biggest county, where people are driving votes for Democratic candidates, or that's what Democratic votes were. In Philadelphia, there are questions in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, and now in Detroit. These are really strong, dense spaces where you don't have infrastructure. So there's no way anyone in the Democratic Party is going to walk away from Detroit, is going to walk away from Milwaukee, is going to walk away from Philadelphia. So we're in this for the long haul, and I've seen a party leader who's going to stand up and say, here's the plan, here's where we go. This might be his very first presidential action to stand up and say to his party, to the country, here's the case for everyone I care about. And then I feel the point with this, that with those candidates, it's still possible that Joe Biden wins, but it's not the state, the urban speaking tonight, that the Biden campaign might have hoped for, and that some of the polls suggest it's not the case. I agree with you. We're not seeing that sweep. On the other hand, we're also not seeing all of those counted, but certainly tonight's night is not what Democrats wanted to see tonight. We will continue though to see how these Senate races go, and we'll continue to see these 3 different states that are the blue wall. And that really getting is what Biden has been focused on. In fact, if you remember about 2 weeks ago, he got a little rough for not going to Georgia and Texas more often. And the campaign actually stuck to its plan for quite a long time, recognizing that it couldn't be done with this. Now the question is, was it enough to get to where we need to get to? And I'm not really going to know that tomorrow, the days or weeks.
Associated Press is five Trump. You say Amanda with all the counts, problem is the kind of president they have. The problem is there is a big problem with the country. It is both sides thinking the election is going to be stolen from them. Both sides seem ready to take to the streets if need be to get their way. To have an election that we may not know the result of before the weekend, even later than that, seems to me that as we move in here in Europe, as dawn is about to come up on a Wednesday morning, America's moving into a dangerous situation.
Yeah, I don't want to sugarcoat this. This is not an outcome that is great for anyone. To be in this situation where there's uncertainty, even to be in a situation where perhaps we're all going to wake up and President Trump is going to claim victory without having very cities counted is exactly, I think, the fear we all would not have wanted to see. Now the question is, what does Biden do brings to the table even as a leader? What does Trump do in this moment? And I think maybe perhaps most importantly is what the Republicans and Democrats do who are right now in Congress and in the Senate to say, hold on a second, let's make sure this goes all the way to the end that everyone believes in the government institution. I think that is still yet to be determined on how everyone's going to react to this point. And that's, I think, where there is spot here in America, no doubt.
Fox News has just retracted its call on Arizona now.
Warren County, yes, there's some states that you can have all those ballots tabulated in the county. One thing I would say that I worry about is the needs of this situation for America. This is where democracy is actually looking like in practice. We have so many possibilities.
Well, just one second. I'm just going to explain what we're seeing in the screen next to it. There's Biden's birthday, which is during the spring in Delaware, to that driving rally we just spoke about. Joe Biden will be the president tax rally, which will be the
I'm saying I'm actually optimistic about what we can accomplish. And, you know, if people step back and look at something that is really for Americans, want to make sure their voices are heard, I think that's a strong move for them. My fault is that the Secretary of State and the local and county officials were tabulating these votes. They should have been better for shields and they should have been better staff in place to vote. So I think it's great for America.
get ready, the infrastructure that we're doing, to be able to count the mail ballot, the little ones there,
Uncomfortable, but here in the United States, we don't have a formal system for random tabulating sets. We have one state, close to you, we have another one, like today. We have another three states we got to do. We need to find a election that will be accommodate people to do something to say, all the ballots just like X day. Well, good luck with that, Rob. You're gonna have to complicate the execution by that time. I mean, the constitution needs some states to organize, and we'll leave that point hanging there. Let's go to Barbara. I'm not sure. Wilmington, Delaware, is with the Biden team. We might be getting some developments. Barbara.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Yeah, I think I'll head to bed soon because we're not. I don't think we're going to get a result today. See you later.
Mr. Biden was saying when he arrives, and we are expecting him to arrive in the next 15, 20 minutes.
All right, Barbara, we'll come back to you when former Vice President Johnson arrives. It looks to me like a drive-in movie there. I guess that's what COVID has done to election campaigns. Rather than stand around, cheer, holler, see their favorite song.
I think that they have to be optimistic, that they might be in a position where they could stand on this stage and say, yeah, the whole time, I'm not just that Joe Biden's birthday husband arrived, there's a lot of politics going on. It's quite a serious here, but as I was saying, it's not where they supposed to be. They have been really wishing that we could get on this stage tonight and make a much more historic statement than we're going to be able to make. But really, just going to have to ask people to bear with this system. It's not that the fault of it, it's just the way it is. And we need people to understand that. And it's not the people in this car park. Like, they're resources. We need people outside of this car park in wider America to listen to him and not listen to that rubbish that is likely to build over the next 20 days and weeks. That this election is not fair, it's not safe, it's potentially rigged. And that's the really big issue, because if the narrative runs away with the fact that this is not a fair election, then it really runs to the Supreme Court did rule that here in Pennsylvania, any mail-in ballots that arrive up to 2 days after the election can still be counted, provided they have the postmark of the 3rd of November. We are expecting Donald Trump to challenge that. But of course, we know that those postal votes could make all the difference. Of course, we're waiting to hear from Joe Biden, and that he will be keeping a very close eye on these things, and he may want to set the messaging for tonight. Donald Trump is looking like he's doing very well, but he will want to remind people that these three states could really change things. He will necessarily change results. The lives that we will know within the coming days is going to be potentially painful, certainly for us who are going to be patient.
Okay, Sally, thank you very much for that. I should say that Joe Biden expected to make some kind of statement there in Delaware morning here. And Greg Mylan is on the scene. Greg, any more on what Joe Biden might say?
Well, as you can see, the Biden motorcade just arrived here at this convention centre where the stage is set for him to make those remarks. It won't be the victory speech that those who are here honking their horns in appreciation wanted to hear, but we know it is going to be a speech in which he projects confidence in this result. He's put the campaign going to urge patience with the vote counting that is still going on. And in particular, he's going to express confidence with what's happening in those three states. He's talking about one of them, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, confidence that they will have the votes in those three states. But of course, it will take some time before the counting is done in those three states, and it will be tomorrow or beyond before we get the results. But they are still confident, even though there has been that knockout victory that so many people expected, that landslide victory somewhere like Georgia. They believe that those three states, and it's happening in Arizona as well, which would be a flip from that state that they've lived. They believe that this is still within reach for Joe Biden, even though there has been something of a flat move. Certainly here, it's hard to judge, but it's something
Greg, I'm just going to tell you what, for another to look back and do another story, Greg. We've got Florida, the state of Florida, big people have worked it out already. It's already been Republicans there, but Donald Trump will win Florida quite comfortably. Given how narrow Florida will that's a bigger market in the state. I think it will bigger extensively in Florida over the years before the campaign. It seems like a lot of Democrats
form of they did have some solid hopes, and they thought that a changed electorate was going to potentially deliver big leads. I mean, they were very rare vaccines, the landslide word, but they would have been at this stage to have some kind of major reversal of movement. They haven't yet got that, but let's see where Arizona takes us. You know, to Florida a lot, I think what is interesting is quite mixed, really. You looked at the elderly rate, places like Sumter County, Villages, the largest tiny community in the United States. And there are a lot of people like golf carts, and there were signs for the first time ever that lots of Democrat golf carts were typically Republicans. But that's not what it's really talking about massive change. Yeah, the other way. Let's listen to Joe Biden. Joe Biden, President and Democratic candidate, speaking now, taking the stage. Please go.
Okay, I think that's probably about all Biden could have said, really. I think he's got that about right. Okay, and that'll do it for me and for the stream for tonight, I think. It's been a good one. Okay, we're gonna have to wait 2 or 3 days, I think, till we find out. But I think Biden's still gonna win. It's gonna be very close, and it may well go into the courts. Let's see where we go. What a mess. But what a fun stream anyway. Fingers crossed for Biden. Thanks, guys, and good night.